11% rebate on all your purchases all this week. Save on the Natural Appeal collection from Shaw. They have a beautiful wood look with embossed texture for realistic feel. And 2 colors, $176 a square foot after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
This is Chevy Cubs Pregame Live.
Beautiful day. The rains have cleared away. The crowd will be big, and the Cubs look for their 7th straight victory. Cubs playing very good baseball. They will try and beat the Reds again today at the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. Good morning. Alongside Todd Hollinsworth, I'm David Kaplan. Cubs win again yesterday. Do a real nice job, and they get the job done with the bullpen at the back end after Ryan Dempster had a good, solid start. What do you expect today? Because you step up against Johnny Cueto in class.
Well, it's going to be a very, very interesting game today. Cubs have gotten 12 home runs in their last 4 ball games. Obviously, that's where the success on the offensive side has been. Sure, they've been getting good quality starts. They've been going out there playing pretty decent defense, getting great bullpen help. But it's going to be, you got Johnny Cueto out there today. He's only given up 5 home runs in just about 110 innings this year. He keeps the ball in the yard. How are the Cubs going to score some runs today if they're not hitting it out?
Yeah, they're going to have to really maximize their defense because you can't give the Reds extra outs if you're not going to be able to be real productive against one of the better starting pitchers in baseball.
Well, and that's exactly right. So, again, I think the opportunities are going to present themselves. If you look at the numbers, a lot of these Cubs hitters have had success against Johnny Cueto. But again, who's going to get the big hit in the big spot? Both of these teams, they're trying to find their way right now. The Cubs are playing good baseball, but again, they're trying to kind of get back into where their respectability, so to speak. There's so many games back, but they're playing good baseball now. The Reds, they've been incredibly streaky. They've been hot, they've been cold, and again, they're trying to find their way as well.
All right, time for our Binny's Beverage Depot from the ballpark report. And for our report, we go to Gail Fisher on the field. Gail?
Hi, guys. Well, as you know, the Cubs have been homer happy lately, but kind of interesting that the 2 guys who hit home runs yesterday are not in the starting lineup today. So Tyler Colvin and Tony Campana will sit. That will get Reed Johnson back in playing right field, and Marlon Byrd will be back in starting in center field. But Tony Campana provided a lot of excitement for this team yesterday with that inside the park home run. But because of certain roles that these guys play and because of matchups, skipper Mike Quade has decided to go with a different lineup today.
We're going to take a look at giving a couple guys, or at least one guy, a day tomorrow. Tony's playing off the bench right now. Had a great day yesterday. Looking to get Reed a game, and Colvin will be back in there for a couple. Marlon back in the lineup, and Sori hits this guy good. So it's, it's a little different to me when a guy comes off the bench, and had a great day. But we're going to continue to use him off the bench. Campy's working on his offensive game, and you saw him as good as he can be yesterday. And if he continues to do that, then he won't be a bench player for long. But he's been effective doing what we've asked him to do off the bench, and obviously had a big day yesterday. So he should feel good about it and be ready to help us late in the game today.
Well, not only did Campana hit that inside the Parker yesterday, he made a great leaping catch into the vines on defense. So we, of course, had to ask him, which was he more happy about yesterday, the catch or that inside the park home run?
I don't get many homers, and so I think that was a little bit more cool. I mean, I make my fair share of good catches.
How many text messages did you get?
When I got back in the locker room yesterday, I had like 60-some, so it was pretty outrageous. And then I had to end up turning my phone on silent because I was still getting them at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Such a great kid, you guys, and so fast. There's been a lot of talk about how in the All-Star game, instead of just the home run derby, they should have a contest for speed, and Tony Campana certainly would be a candidate. We asked him what they should do, just have the guys run from home to first or something. He said, just line us up and have us run about 60 yards or so. So he certainly is one of the fastest players in this league, and such a nice kid, so it was good to see him have some success yesterday. That's going to do it from down on the field. I'm Gail Fisher. Cap Holly, let's send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Gail. Tony Campana, 3 for 5 yesterday, inside the park home run. run, great catch. But even if he's not hitting inside the park home runs or making vine-rattling catches, he brings a dimension the Cubs have lacked for so long. That blazing speed that forces the defense to be on their heels a bit. Are you surprised he's not in the lineup today against the righty?
Well, I am. I really feel like the Cubs are in a position right now that your hot hand should be out there every day. I mean, they're playing good baseball. I understand that you've got veterans on this team. They've earned at bats. They deserve at bats. I get that. But, I mean, I feel like we're in an evaluation stage, and that's exactly what you need to be doing. Let's see what Tony Campana can do. He had a great game yesterday. Let's see what he can do today against the Johnny Cueto, a 1.72 earned run average. Same thing can be said for Tyler Coleman. I know we haven't talked about it yet, but I would have liked to seen him in there today. I know the circumstances are what they are. I don't get the privilege of making out the lineup card, but understandably, you're trying to build for the future. This organization, I talk about the standings. Cubs they win 6 games in a row. They've made up a game and a half in the standings. That tells you where they're at, and Milwaukee's playing good baseball. So, I mean, you admittedly are in a position to where you have to evaluate your organization, find out who you can count on, who you believe in, and who you think is going to be part of this team in the future. Why aren't you doing that today?
All right, now you mentioned Tyler Colvin. He's had his home run stroke out. He's starting to hit the ball, looks more comfortable. Do you look at this guy as a corner outfielder of the future, or perhaps a 4th or 5th guy at the back end of your outfield rotation?
Well, I think right now, for me, he's that guy. He's the 4th or 5th outfielder at the back end of your rotation, because really that's how he's being treated. He's not in there today. He's certainly provided the home runs. I think that people are starting to believe in him again. I mean, he definitely had a rough first 4 months of this season, but ultimately you're in a situation where this guy should really be given the opportunity to march out there against the good, the bad, and the indifferent, the lefties as well. I mean, he should be out there every day trying to reprove himself.
All right, time for our Joe Stonecrab What's at Stake, and our report centers around the Cubs' numbers during this current 6-game win streak since July 31, 6-0, a 286 batting average, 13 home runs, and 34 runs scored. So the win streak, yes, I know the Cubs have a under 500 record by a long shot. It still feels good to come to the park on a 6-game win streak.
That's been the best week of the season for you and I, for all of us. We've enjoyed watching this Cubs team because they've played well, they've pitched well, good defense, and it's been a fun, they're going up against their division foes. So it's been an awful lot of fun. Hopefully that will continue, and that trend will continue throughout the rest of the season. There's really no reason for it not to. But again, I think today is such an exciting ball game for me personally, because you're going to get to evaluate an awful lot. How has this team turned the corner? You got a Johnny Cueto out there. He's been getting it done. He's got 2 complete games in his last 6 ball games. This is the best of the best right now. This is an offense in the Reds that's been struggling. You've got an opportunity to go out there and make a statement today. You say, you know what? The 6 wins we just ran off, they're important, but guess what? We're getting it done against the best right now as well.
All right, let's talk about today's pitching matchup. You've got Carlos Zambrano, the veteran. He's been throwing the ball pretty well as of late. And Johnny Cueto, we've touched on it. He's just flat out dirty.
Well, he is most definitely that. The big thing for Johnny Cueto, he's cut down on his walks, and he's getting a lot more ground ball outs this year with his fastball. Again, I talked about it in the open. Only 5 home runs surrendered in just under 111 innings this year. So, I mean, he is getting it done. He's not making mistakes in the zone, and he's being very, very aggressive. Key for Carlos Zambrano today, that moment, that one spot in the game, making big pitches in big spots. There's going to be a few base runners out there today. I think his fate's going to be decided whether he decides that moment is before he's given up a few runs or prior to giving up a home run. That seems like how it always goes with Big Z. So hopefully he comes in from pitch 1, is locked in, knows what's going on, and is getting after it.
All right, we got to take our first time out here on their Chevy Cubs pregame live from the ballpark. Cubs and Reds are coming up. As we go to break, Starlin Castro's been hot and is once again the hits leader in the National League. Let's take a look, though, at the saves leader in the NL. You got Craig Kimbrell from Atlanta with 33. Brian Wilson, 33. Nunez, 31. Heath Bell and John Axford also with 31. We will be right back. Don't forget Holly's Keys coming up a little bit later.
What's at Stake is brought to you by Joe's Seafood Prime Steak and Stone Crab. For the city's finest selection of prime steaks and fresh seafood, there's no better place than Joe's.
Chicagoland gas prices are high. I can fix that. Chevy has 9 models that get over 30 miles per gallon. No wonder Chevy's #1 in our hometown.
Lease a Chevy Cruze for $159 a month during Chevy's model year wrap-up. See your Chevy dealer today.
The home side is something going on across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy. Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Hey, Randy, with gray on your lip, your curve appeals zip. Your stubble's in trouble.
Just for Men penetrates tough gray and puts it away in 5 easy minutes.
Hey, watch my petunias.
The big unit's chillin'.
This landscape is thrilling. Just for men. Keep your edge.
Get Total Cubs coverage online with CSNChicago.com. Powered by Feltco. For an inside look at the Cubs, visit CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online. Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you by Verizon, America's largest and most reliable wireless network.
We all want more for our money. Look no further than the Chevy Equinox. U.S. News and World Report ranked it #1 in affordable compact SUV.
Lease a Chevy Equinox for $259 a month during Chevy's model year wrap-up. See your Chevy dealer today.
This afternoon, hang out with Comcast Sportsnet at the Coors Light Northside Baseball Viewing Party. Come by a great spot. Palmer Place is at 56 South LaGrange Road in LaGrange. Win prizes, enjoy cold Coors Light, and watch the Northsiders battle Cincinnati. Be there today. Palmer Place, cool spot in LaGrange. Domino's is helping us count down to the first pitch at the top of the hour. Time now, though, for our Bosch Who's Hot in Chicago. And for this, we look at yesterday's game. Who's hot? How about Tony Campana? Good old number 41. 3 for 5, scored a run, 2 knocked in, and an inside the park homer and a great catch. Starlin Castro, 3 more hits. Scored 2, had a walk, and Yonder Alonso, 2 for 4, a double, and a run scored. All right, welcome back on our Chevy Cubs pregame live. He is Todd Hollinsworth. I'm David Kaplan at humid Wrigley Field. Let's look at the lineups today, and we'll start with the Cub lineup. Starlin Castro at the top of the order. Again, Darwin Barney back in the 2-hole. I know he'd been experimenting a little bit, Mike Quaddy, with him in the 8-hole. I like the daily double up top.
I like to see that combination up there. Darwin Barney handles the bat. That's what I like to see. I mean, he's a perfect number 2 hitter. He hits behind runners, lay down a bunt, understands the situation, very fundamentally sound. I like what I'm seeing there. Starlin Castro, hot as a firecracker. 14 for his last 28, 6-game hit streak going on, hitting well over 500, getting the job done. He's kind of found that stroke again. He seemed like he was in a little bit of a lull kind of around the All-Star break coming out of it. Some tired swings, was missing an awful lot of pitches. He's back on his game. It's fun to see. He's been the spark plug that they've needed up there at the top, getting it done.
You know, Starlin hit the game-winning home run the other night in the win over Pittsburgh, a 1-0 Matt Garza win. It seems like, and I was in the locker room today, he looks like he's getting bigger. Not just stronger, but taller. Do you see him projecting out as more of a power guy down the road? Maybe not a 30-home run guy, but certainly a 20-home run guy?
Oh, absolutely. But you know what I love to see about this and the progression and what we've seen from Starlin so far this season is it's not just the hits. Sure, he's leading the National League, he's leading baseball and getting hits and getting on base, and it's fun to see him make the spectacular play out there at shortstop. But what I am so proud of and what I'm so excited is that he's starting to take over games. When you think back to that home run, that's exactly what we're talking about. Getting a big hit in a big spot late in a ball game to decide it. That's what team leaders do. That's what guys on the field that make players around them better do. Starlin's doing those things.
All right, now Reed Johnson maybe isn't an everyday guy, but he certainly is a vital cog on a good team, and he's been huge for the Cubs. Every time he's been asked to come in, he comes up with a big hit, a big home run, a big catch, and he plays with great energies in the lineup today. What do you expect?
I think he is the best fourth outfielder in the game of baseball right now. He brings it each and every opportunity he gets. I think the Cubs are so lucky to have gotten their hands on him again and brought him back in. His positive influence, not only in the clubhouse, but out on the field, has been so instrumental in honestly just keeping this team where they're at. I think they're so much worse without him. Great positive vibes no matter what he's doing. Brings energy each and every time. You go back to the last time he had to come into the ballgame off the bench, Tyler Colvin's ballgame, where he got ejected early in the ballgame. He comes in and gets 2 big hits.
Carlos Pena, also a guy that I would think would have some success against Johnny Cueto. Cueto can really run it up there in the high 90s, but Carlos a good fastball hitter.
Well, he is a good fastball hitter, but he's going to have to get something out away from him where he can get his arms extended. You can tell watching his at-bats, he doesn't like the ball in. Think about it is, Johnny's been on his game. He's been nailing the inside corner, the outside corner. He's cut down on his walks. If he makes a mistake, I think Carlos is going to be ready because he's in a much better spot. If you think back to the big ball game they had where they scored all the runs, I think it was the 3rd game in Pittsburgh. He was the one guy that didn't have any hits that day, and we talked about it. But you know what? I really thought we learned a lot about Carlos Pena the day after because he had the best offensive day in another Cubs victory. He had the 2 doubles down the line, and it was a great approach, and it was a great bounce-back game for him.
And yesterday hit the one that I thought was going into the bleachers for a grand slam, but it drove in what turned out to be the decisive run in the ballgame.
Well, big at-bats, and that's just the thing. I really think the Cubs have turned the corner. You look at this 6-game winning streak, and they've found a way, especially 2 out of the last 3 ball games in which they've won, to score some runs creatively, and that's been exciting to see because really that hasn't been the Cubs all year long. If the home runs were there, they were going to win some ball games. They were certainly going to keep themselves in it, but they just couldn't create offense.
All right, let's look at the Reds lineup. Now, yesterday, the Reds had their opportunities. Down by 2, they get a Ramon Hernandez home run. Then they get a leadoff or a double right after the home run. So they got a man at second, nobody out, and Woody prepares then, really bears down, and he strikes out the next 3 guys. Joey Votto looks like he is not the same Joey Votto he was a year ago.
Well, I think part of that is what's going on in that lineup. I don't think he's got a tremendous amount of protection around him like he has in years past. Brandon Phillips is certainly doing a good job, but they're missing Scott Rowland. They haven't been getting the production at the top of the lineup, and they've had a lot of the same issues. I mean, he is the reigning National League Player of the Week, so he has been getting it done under the circumstances for which he's been given, but they're just not as pretty of circumstances as he had last year when it seems like everybody in that Reds lineup was raking.
All right, and Drew Stubbs, always a guy that torments Cubs pitching, will be in the leadoff spot for Dusty Baker and his Reds. Now, Mike Quade talked before the game to the media and talked about quality starts that he's been getting from his rotation.
There's probably a little bit of that because of there's competition, there's a camaraderie there, there's a sense of responsibility. As you see one guy put one down, another guy put one down. So there's probably something to that. But ultimately, it's about taking care of business yourself, really. And if that helps you with a little motivation while other guys are doing it, great. And we've got guys. The other thing is having guys that are capable of doing it. And I especially look at our top 3, and they are, and they should on a fairly regular basis give us those starts.
Each and every year I hear GMs, managers, baseball executives say, boy, that's another example that put your money in pitching and defense and it will always come back to help you. And every single year you see teams not pay enough attention to pitching and defense, or they get injuries like the Cubs did early, losing 2 starters in the first week, not having some depth in the minor league system to come up and fill in. When you get quality starts, you're in every single ball game.
And that's what it comes down to. I really don't think there's any greater example than, we'll just go back to last year. You looked at what the San Diego Padres did and who they did. They had essentially Adrian Gonzalez in the middle of their lineup, nobody around him doing anything with any kind of consistency last year, and they nearly win 90 ball games to get themselves to the playoffs. Their starting rotation, dominant on the road. But again, I talk about this an awful lot. It's playing a very specific type of ball game. The Pittsburgh Pirates are doing an awful lot of it this year. If they go out there and get that quality start and they play good defense, it keeps them in ball games, and then you just hope that they can get enough offense to win a ball game. They've done that for the most part this year. Sure, the Pirates are struggling right now, but it is a formula for success. Now, if you're able to put together a team that can give you a little bit more offense, sure, the home runs are there, or those runs on a consistent basis, those are the teams that ultimately end up going on to the playoffs. Very, very few teams, probably count on one hand, that have somehow found themselves in the playoffs with mediocre starting pitching and an okay bullpen and a ton of offense. It very rarely happens.
All right, let's talk about Carlos Carlos Marmol. Said he wanted to get a safe situation home and get the fans back on his side because he had scuffled and had lost his job for a few days last time the Cubs were playing at the friendly confines. He's had a really good week. Even hitting the first guy yesterday, it didn't look like it rattled him like it did in the past, and then he was filthy.
Well, you have to give him his credit. He is a very determined individual, and he's very determined to succeed. But again, I think really nothing's changed as far as how his approach is going to be. I mean, again, I talk about this a lot, how he uses his fastball. Truth of the matter is he loves his slider, and his key was getting his slider back. When he has his slider, he gets guys out, he can punch guys out, he can change a game and take it over. You've seen the bite, you've seen the action and the movement on his slider of late. That's what he was missing before. I'm just hoping at some point maybe he understands that he can really dominate if he can incorporate that fastball a little bit more and get guys just off his slider.
I asked somebody on the team today who works with him, and I said, look, I'm not going to quote you, but can you get this guy to ever throw a fastball? And they said, in the end, it's the guy on the mound who he has to throw what he believes in and what he's comfortable with. We can tell him all we want, throw a fastball, set it up, use the fastball to set up your slider. But in the end, when there are men on base, the ninth inning of a game, that's where he feels most comfortable.
Well, you saw it. I mean, even I think it was the second to last save opportunity he had in Pittsburgh. He had a 3-0 count on somebody, and he threw a 3-0 slider. I mean, I think that's just the fear factor. He doesn't want to get beat with his fastball. But again, I mean, if he just throws enough of them to get some swing and misses and to change the eyes of the hitters, I understand how devastating that slider is. But we saw him when he went through his rough patch and he was throwing that slider and overthrowing his slider. Hitters were getting comfortable against him because they were getting to see it 7 and 8 times because he wasn't throwing it enough for strikes. He just needs a good secondary pitch. I know Mariano Rivera gets away with that cutter and has been throwing it his whole career, but I think in Carlos Marmol's case, it's really going to serve him well if he can just trust that fastball a little bit more.
All right, time to take our next break on Chevy Cubs Pregame Live. Cubs and Reds just after the top of the hour with Len and Bob. As we go to break, our Cubs poll question of the day. Who do you want to see get more playing time in the outfield over the last 2 months? Reed Johnson, Tony Campana, Tyler Colvin are your choices. Go to CSNChicago.com. The Cubs team page will have a place for you to vote. Results later on the Coors Light Cubs postgame live show. Be right back.
Why'd we switch to U.S. Cellular? Because my mom said our last wireless company cost too much. So we switched. She says we're saving over $1,000 a year. You can do a lot of cool things with $1,000. And we still get all the good stuff.
Mom's a genius. Wow.
Now get this Android-powered Samsung Gem free. Just switch to U.S. Cellular and be with the happiest customers in wireless.
The happiest moment in my baseball career was when I put the Brooklyn Dodger uniform on.
I couldn't believe when I went out on the mound, I turned around and there's Joe playing center field for me.
I'm Tom Brokaw. Join me for The Boys in the Hall, the personal stories of some of baseball's greatest legends.
Quiet on the set. Take 73. What? It's a... Saving big is no laughing matter at the Bob Roman Auto Group. Over 7,000 new and used cars online at BobRorman.com.
There's only one Bob Roman.
Hi, I'm Mike Pace.
And I'm Ellis Kell, Director of Programming and Community Outreach here at River Music Experience.
MC22 is your exclusive home for the Rock Camp USA Concert Series.
Rock Camp is a one-of-a-kind program that offers musical instruction to the community's youth. Check out the youngest rockers in the Quad Cities as they jam out to their favorite tunes. See these up-and-coming rockers take the stage at these times.
Don't miss a beat. See it all right here on MC22.
Save big money during Menards' 11% sale. Receive an 11% rebate on all your purchases all this week. Save on a pre-finished fiberglass exterior door from Mastercraft. The Luminance has textured wood grain with triple pane insulated glass and brass accents. $400 after rebate. Use Woolman Durastain to beautify new or weathered wood from UV graying, mildew growth, and water damage. Semi-transparent is $24.91 and solid color is $27.58 after the 11% rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
You're watching Comcast's Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group. Now it's time for the Keep Your Edge Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men Mustache and Beard.
All right, our Just for Men spotlight on little Tony Campanin is inside the park home run in Friday's win. He is the first Cub to hit an inside the park homer at Wrigley since Sammy Sosa did it against the Pirates in October of '01, and he is the first Cub to hit one as his first major league home run since Carmen Morrow did it back in 1948.
Keep your edge with Just for Men Mustache and Beard.
A gorgeous day now it's turning into on the lakefront right here on the north side of the city of Chicago. Time for Todd Hollandsworth's much anticipated the game. Holly?
All right, here we go. 12:05. What am I talking about here? Well, at number one, that's the start time of this game today. But let's talk about this for a second. Both of these teams are absolutely the worst in giving up first inning runs this season. Actually, the Reds, they're fifth. They've allowed 76 first inning runs. Cubs, they're first, 89. Earned run average for the Reds in the first inning, 5.71. They're a 3.8 the rest of the game. Pretty decent, but they scuffle out of the gate. Well, simply put, Cubs, they're 6.77 in the first inning. That is just not getting it done. And a 4.35 the rest of the way. So what does that tell you today? You've got two guys on the mound who have been getting it done of late, certainly pumping out the quality starts. But let's talk about the beginning of this ball game. I think it's going to be an opportunity for one of these offenses, hopefully the Cubs, to get out there and score some early runs off Johnny Cueto. He has not given up more than 3 earned runs in any start this season. So it's going to be imperative. If you get runners on, they're going to have to get something done. Carlos Zambrano, moment of truth. There's always one spot in every one of his starts that it seems like it's a make-or-break moment. I think it's going to be imperative today. Obviously went up against Johnny Cueto to overcome that. I hope that he realizes it early in the ball game. If it comes up, sometimes it's with runners on first and second. Sometimes he'll walk that leadoff hitter. But there's always that moment that seems to get Carlos's attention and gets him locked in, and he's got to get over that hurdle. I think it's going to be big. And finally, the clutch. Really, which one of these teams gets it done with runners in scoring position? I don't see a lot of balls flying out of the yard today. Sure, it's humid. Sure, it's hot. And you know what? The flags aren't doing anything right now. If you get it, it'll go. But both of these guys have been pretty good at keeping the ball in the yard. So it's going to be about manufacturing runs today, and you might just see that clutch hit late in this ball game.
All right, time for Holly and I to pick our key performers. Holly has quite a large lead, but I've won 2 in a row. I get to pick first since I'm trailing. I'm going with Aramis Ramirez. I expect Rami to really be re-energized facing a great pitcher like Cueto. We'll see if he can help carry the Cubs to their 7th straight.
Well, I'm going to go with Darwin Barney. He's been struggling a little bit, but I love the challenge here for him. He loves situational hitting. He goes up there. He's going to have jobs to do today. I think he's going to get a great opportunity. Sure, it might be easy to say pick Starlin Castro. He's the hottest guy in the lineup. But Darwin really, really excels when the game's on the line and there's situations that he's got to see through, and I think he's going to get a couple of those opportunities today.
All right, that's going to wrap up our Chevy Cup pregame live. Len and Bob standing by. Cubs and Reds. We'll see you on the postgame show. See ya.
Cubs Pregame Live is presented to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Need more room? No problem for the Chevy Traverse. Best in class mileage and seats 8 of anybody.
We count on Chevy. Get 0% financing for 60 months or $2,000 customer cash. See your Chevy dealer today.
The home side is something going on across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
The Bears are back. Stake out this season with training camp reports on Comcast Sportsnet. Go live to Bourbonnais every night with Kip Lewis and John Moon Mullen for exclusive interviews, the latest roster moves, and more. Catch training camp reports on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
With real-time four-wheel drive and vehicle stability assist, the CR-V responds instantly to changing road conditions. The Honda CR-V four-wheel drive. Capable, whatever the forecast. For great leases and low financing, go to shophonda.com or see your Honda dealer.
This moment in patriotism is brought to you by USAA.
I'm grateful to have won a championship, but serving in the military and giving back to those who gave to me was a true honor.
USAA, we know what it means to serve.
With Luna, get free installation on all carpet, hardwood, and laminate. Plus, get our extended free financing. Call today. There's just more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Do you have a really dirty job? The Chevy Silverado is the longest-lasting, most dependable truck on the road today. You can count on Chevy.
Get $6,000 total savings on the Chevy Silverado Extended or Crew Cab All-Star Edition. See your Chevy dealer today.
The Cubs won their 6th in a row yesterday with contributions from the youngsters Castro, Colvin, and Campana. Today, Carlos Zambrano goes to the hill, coming off a quality outing, and he'll try to up the ante as the Cubs go for 7 straight. Next. From Wrigley Field, where you can stop by the statue of Billy Williams, and soon Ron Santos' statue will be unveiled here at Wrigley Field as well. We're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs go for number 7 in a row. It's the middle game of this series against the Cincinnati Reds. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs are winning them all right now. The blowouts, the close games, a 1-run decision yesterday, and it was the kids who came through.
You know, Len, there's very few upsides in a season like the Cubs have had, but one of the upsides is you get a chance to glimpse the future. Certainly, Starlin Castro is going to be a major part of the Cubs' future here at Wrigley Field. Tyler Colvin getting more playing time recently. He's responded well, especially with the home run. And Mr. Excitement, Tony Campana, every time he steps on the field, seems like good things happen.
And Campana not in the lineup today, but available off the bench. Same for Tyler Colvin. Going to be a tough matchup for the Cubs offense. Johnny Cueto would lead the majors in ERA, but he's a few innings short of qualifying.
Boy, he's been really good, Len, since some mechanical tweaks back in May, including turning his back more toward the hitter. He has been a man on fire, including last time out, a complete game 3-hit shutout of the Giants.
And that outing against the Cubs was his season debut. Carlos Zambrano has beaten the Reds 16 times. Only Roy Oswalt has more wins against the Reds among active pitchers.
Now, 3 quality starts in his last 3 for Big Z. Strikeouts are down a little, but that's a good thing because, I mean, it keeps the pitch count down a little bit.
So Cueto for the Reds, Zambrano for the Cubs. As the Cubs go for 7 straight, we'll have the lineups, the first pitch, and all the action from the friendly confines. Next.
It's all new with a 5-star frontal crash rating.
5 stars means safe.
5-star protection.
Side
crash rating.
5-star side.
Guys, 2, 3, 4, 5-star crash.
Side crash rating. Side only.
Lots of cars get 5 stars in one category, but not in every combined category. The one, the Accord sedan.
For great leases and low financing, go to shophonda.com or see your Honda dealer.
Do you have old silver and gold coins? Old currency? How about broken or unwanted gold or silver jewelry? Let Quad City Coin turn it all into extra cash. Don't send your valuable items out of state to someone you'll never meet. Bring them to Quad City Coin. We've been paying top dollar for your items for over 3 decades. Visit our website, qccoin.com, or come see us at 2395 Tech Drive in Bettendorf. Quad City Coin. So easy, anyone can do it.
Do you need a resource you can rely on? DHCU is a resource you can rely on for safe, reliable financial services. With DHCU, you can rethink your monthly payments by refinancing any consumer loan, such as auto, boat, or appliance loans, and we'll lower your rate by 3%. Or reward yourself with Visa credit card rewards. Not sure if you can be a member? Reconsider. In fact, anyone within a 50-mile radius of Moline is eligible to join. DHCU Community Credit Union, a refreshing change of pace from your bank.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years of being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular footlong subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T Uverse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field. It's the Cubs annual food drive for the Lakeview Pantry, the 9th annual food drive. Fans dropping off non-perishable items and receiving a 5x7 autographed photo of a Cubs player. There's a shot of Marlon Byrd and T-shirts being handed out for fans heading through the turnstiles as well. Boy, it feels like a wet blanket was draped over this ballpark. It is very humid. We got rain overnight and in the morning hours, but we're set to start on time.
Yeah, fortunately, a little bit of cloud cover here on the north side today. When those brief occasions when the sun peeks through, it really ratchets up the temperature and humidity here. But going to be a sweaty one here at Wrigley Field today.
Cubs have rattled off 6 in a row after a 5-game losing streak, and the Reds keep losing ground. Season high 8.5 out of first. Well, the Pirates continue to scuffle. They got hammered last night by the Padres 15-5, so they've dropped 8 in a row, and they're 8 games back. And great to have Michael Reagan at the ballpark as the Cubs honor the 100th birthday of Ronald Reagan, born in Dixon, Illinois. So the color guard today represented by the police and firemen from Dixon. And great to have his son Michael throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. Now Dusty Baker's Reds Southwest starting lineup. Drew Stubbs will lead it off in center. Edgar Renteria has been hot lately. Has a birthday coming up tomorrow. He'll turn 36. Votto, Phillips, Bruce in the middle. Former Cub Miguel Cairo at third. Alonso the start again in left. Ramon Hernandez homered yesterday off Kerry Wood. He catches for Johnny Cueto.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively today, brought to you by Degree. Soriano in left, Bird in center, Reed Johnson getting the nod in right field based on his numbers against Johnny Cueto. It'll be Ramirez and Castro on the left side of the infield, Darwin Barney and Carlos Pena on the right side. Giovanni Soto doing the catching today. Our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is right-hander Carlos Zambrano. Looking for his 9th victory of the season. Really good last time out against the Pirates. 6 innings of 7 hit ball. Gave up only 1 run. That was a solo homer by former teammate Derek Lee.
Kerwin Danley worked the 2008 World Series. And he'll be behind the plate. Paul Nart, Doug Eddings, and the crew chief Dana DeMuth are around the bases.
Carlos Zambrano not only taking the ball to pitch for the Cubs today, he's looking to continue a hitting streak. He's hitting 3 straight, looking to make it 4 straight. Didn't have such good luck against the softball pitcher yesterday in a little exhibition out here for the Big Z Foundation. He's having trouble making contact. Hopefully he'll do better against Johnny Cueto.
30-year-old right-hander set to work against Drew Stubbs. We want to welcome those watching on ESPN UK today and all the men and women serving our country around the world watching on the Armed Forces Network.
Hope you're having a great day. I know we're going to have a great day here at Wrigley Field.
Cubs just 3-6 against the Reds this season. 2-2 here at Wrigley Field after the win yesterday, and a first pitch strike on Stubbs, and we're underway. That one is low and outside. Stubbs fanned 3 times yesterday to up his major league leading total to 145 punchouts. .82 degrees, very humid. The wind slightly blowing in out of the northeast at 3.
You mentioned the strikeouts for Stubbs this season. Stop me if this sounds familiar. He chases a lot of high fastballs out of the zone and breaking balls off the outside corner in the dirt.
Sounds like the Cubs' former leadoff man, Alfonso Soriano, who has been in the middle of the order the last few years. The big thing for a leadoff man is always that on-base percentage. It's a subpar 327 for a guy in that spot as he strikes out. I just don't know if the long-term spot for him is going to be leadoff when you strike out as much as he does.
The conundrum is he's got great speed. He can steal a base. He's a superior defender in center field with a strong throwing arm. He's just an exaggerated free swinger in that leadoff spot. And as you said, the most important thing in that leadoff spot is the ability to get on base consistently. With the rest of this Reds offense, if Stubbs could cut down on the strikeouts, increase that on base percentage, they would score even more runs.
Fastball just missed on Edgar Renteria. Getting started short. Pretty upright and a closed stance in that batter's box for Renteria. The 2-1 on the way. Chopper to Starlin Castro. Lots of time. 2 down. Brings up Joey Votto, who had a 9-game hitting streak come to an end yesterday. 0 for 3. He did walk twice. Well, this is a long-standing debate about how to construct a lineup, and there's no right answer. I mean, ideally, every manager would want speed at the top, but in terms of getting on base, if you look at the Reds lineup today, Bob, it would be the catcher, Ramon Hernandez, if it's just based on who gets on base the most. Now, Votto would actually be the guy, but he's going to be in the middle of your order. But Stubbs and Renteria have struggled in getting on base.
And I think the bigger question eventually becomes, is Drew Stubbs going to be a different player moving forward, or is this what he's going to be? And some guys have strengths and weaknesses, and you'd like to think over the course of their career that they tighten up their weaknesses a little bit and improve on their strengths. But some guys just are what they are, and Drew Stubbs appears to be a guy that's going to strike out a lot. He's going to hit for tremendous power when he makes contact, and when he does get on base, he's definitely a base stealing threat. So you almost have to take the bad with the good.
Yep. 3-2 pitch, ball 4, and that's what Votto does very well. He doesn't go out of his zone that much. Takes his 78th walk, which leads the league.
Boy, that's a tough pitch to lay off of. That slider that might have just nipped the front corner of the plate there, but too far inside in the estimation of Kerwin Danley behind the plate, and Votto becomes the Reds' first base runner of the game.
Now, saying all that about the Reds, I mean, they do score runs. They're second in the league. 523 runs scored. And in Dusty's defense, he does not have a prototypical leadoff option. You got to pick somebody to hit first.
Somebody's got to hit first.
And going back to the Lou Piniella era, you know, he had trouble finding a guy. Right now for Mike Quade, it's generally been Starlin Castro, and he's hitting. But very aggressive hitter, and he gets on base by swinging the bat, not taking walks.
This certainly is not a new phenomenon, trying to find a leadoff hitter. I think back to the California Angels when they had Brian Downing leading off. Certainly not a prototypical leadoff hitter, but a high on base percentage guy. Good base runner, but not a base stealer.
One and two on Phillips, and then you also talk about balance. And then you try to put your best hitters at the top of the order, but you don't want 6, 7, 8, 9 to all be automatic outs either. And on the hands and fouled away. There's Jay Bruce on deck. There were some who thought Felipe Alou should have had Barry Bonds be his leadoff hitter simply because it would maybe get him an extra plate appearance or two, and he was the hottest hitter in the universe. And there was a time he hit cleanup, right?
Sure.
Now, that's one where I want my best hitter to come up in the first inning, one way or the other. Fake towards second as Phillips tapped it foul.
Really not fair to talk about Barry Bonds and compare him to any other situation, because early in his career Bonds was arguably one of the best leadoff hitters in the game. As he worked his way down the lineup into a run producing spot, he became one of the greatest run producers in the history of the game. So probably not a good guy to compare other players to.
Pretty unfair, yeah. Breaking ball at 69 miles an hour is outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ryan Dempster struggled in the first, but he got out of it with no damage as he stranded 3. Had to grind through his 6 innings and got his 9th win. 3-2. Votto continues to fake towards second. This time he'll keep on going with 2 outs. And there goes Votto, and Phillips takes high. And here comes Bruce. Dempster walked 6 yesterday, tying a season high.
You know, walks are never a good thing, especially with 2 outs in the inning against a power-laden lineup like the Reds. They rely heavily on the long ball. Jay Bruce with 21 on the season. He's been struggling recently, but we've seen Jay Bruce at his best. You can put a charge on it if you make a mistake.
Well, this is a part of the order that is the main reason the Reds are where they are in terms of runs, with Votto, Phillips, and Bruce. All of them all-stars. Two and 0. Make it 3-0. Miguel Cairo is on deck. And the bases are loaded. That's 3 consecutive 2-out walks.
We've talked about it at length this year, going all the way back to the series when the Cubs played against the Phillies, and we got a real good look at Roy Halladay and Cliff Lee and their ability to consistently repeat their mechanics, pitch after pitch, inning after inning. And Big Z right now just struggling to find a release point and an arm slot that will get him back into that strike zone.
Yesterday it was Todd Frazier to get the start at third. Miguel Cairo came in the 8th. And he gets the start today with Scott Rowland on the disabled list. A former Cub with 998 career hits. 2 brief stints as a Cub for Cairo, 97 and again in 2000. That's, I want to say, 6 consecutive balls thrown by Z as we check out AT&T U-verse Multiview. And a strike, 1-1.
Fortunately, a strike. Usually if you've missed the zone that many pitches in a row, the umpire is going to force you to throw the ball over the plate to get a called strike. That time a borderline pitch goes Big Z's way.
1-2. Struck him out. Kind of a similar first inning to the one Ryan Dempster had yesterday as they leave him loaded. Here come the Cubs on offense.
If I were a customer, I like nonstop travel because it's quicker, because it's convenient. It's just the best way to go. Keeps the cost down.
Southwest Airlines has added new nonstop flights from Midway to South Carolina.
It means more time doing the things I want to do. It's easy. It's hassle-free. There's no headaches.
Fly Southwest Airlines' new nonstops from Midway to Greenville, Spartanburg, and Charleston, South Carolina.
I like nonstop travel because you don't got any more stuff. I don't know.
Don't be the last to know. Get it faster with 4G. It's the network of possibilities. AT&T.
Save big money during Menards 11% sale. Receive an 11% rebate on all your purchases all this week. Get the look of natural stone without the price with Cast Natural Stone. It's great for siding, fireplaces, and more. In 15 styles, $3.99 a square foot after rebate. This stone mortar mix is ideal for use in stone veneer base coat application and joint grouting. It's pre-blended. Just add water. A 60-pound bag is $4.35 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. The scorching hot Starlin Castro leads it off. Darwin Barney back in there at second. Ramirez at third. Carlos Pena has done a lot of damage against the Reds. Marlon Byrd and Reed Johnson both with very good numbers against Johnny Cueto. They go 5 and 6. Soriano, Soto, and Zambrano at the bottom.
Take a look at the Reds defensively this afternoon. It'll be Yonder Alonso in left field, Drew Stubbs in center, Jay Bruce over in right field, Cairo and Renteria on the left side of the infield, Phillips and Votto on the right side, Ramon Hernandez once again doing the catching today for right-hander Johnny Cueto. Stellar numbers for Cueto this season. I talked about the mechanical tweaks to his delivery as you get a look at pitch selection there. A lot of two-seam heavy sinking fastballs in the mid-90s. You saw him right there, a little misfire as he started his delivery. He's got a little bit of a Louis Tiant, turns his back almost completely to the hitter, and a slight hesitation right there before wheeling around and throwing to home plate. Yeah, he too has been struggling to repeat the mechanics, as you can imagine, trying something so drastic in your delivery. He's occasionally a little early, occasionally a little late.
Castro chops it foul. Cueto's just 25. And putting together a fantastic year. He missed the first 5 weeks of the season with biceps/triceps irritation. Made his season debut here at Wrigley on May 8th and worked 6+ scoreless innings in a 2-0 win. And with 3 1/3 innings today, and if he pitches well, he can re-qualify for the major league lead in ERA as he strikes out Castro.
That's that heavy two-seam fastball. Just enough movement to get underneath the bat of Starlin Castro for a swinging strike 3 at 92 miles per hour. They said his last outing when he went 9 against the San Francisco Giants, he was throwing 96 in the 9th inning.
Well, nothing in this game seems to come without a price, and in terms of the deception with the exaggerated body turn, you're going to have mechanical issues. I think of a left-handed pitcher on their staff who will not pitch in this series as Renteria throws out Darwin Barney. Dontrell Willis, and his career was severely derailed by major bouts of wildness. I mean, he's as funky as it gets, but it's that funkiness that makes him effective.
Very fine line.
Yeah. The more moving parts, the better chance you're going to have issues mechanically. And not everybody can be Roy Halladay and Cliff Lee.
Which for me is what makes Greg Maddux all the more amazing. I don't recall one time in his entire playing career that you ever heard Greg Maddux talk about his mechanics. It was a given. They were going to be there for him every day. He was all about pitch selection and changing speeds and adding and subtracting and pitching to situations, but you never heard him talk about his mechanics.
And Ramirez got clipped by that pitch and becomes a first base runner.
If you got to be hit by a pitch, this is the way to do it. Just caught a piece of that jersey on the way by. Didn't even deflect it enough to get it out of the mid of Ramon Hernandez, who still centers it up in that glove, but the Cubs have their first base runner of the game.
Quite like Shane Victorino getting hit right in the middle of the back last night as the Phillies and Giants cleared the benches. As Jimmy Rollins stole a base up 6 runs, and the Giants apparently didn't like it. Ramon Ramirez was on the mound, and there are going to be some suspensions out of that one.
And there were 3 ejections as it was in that ball game last night. Probably more suspensions to come.
More pushing than punching. That's a strike on Carlos Pena. 1-1 the count. Phillies won that game 9-2 and have rattled off 8 in a row. And Pena gets hit.
That time looked like it clipped him on the right side of his rib cage. Fortunately, a glancing blow, not too much damage done. That moves a runner into scoring position for Marlon Byrd with 2 outs here in the first.
Well, Zambrano walked the bases loaded with 2 outs. Will Johnny Cueto hit the bases loaded? Marlon Byrd is certainly a candidate to be hit. Ball 1. Follow all of today's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at CSNChicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. We get a chance to talk to Cubs manager Mike Quade on a daily basis, and he thinks through his lineups days in advance, goes over all the reports. is willing to change based on what happened the day before, as was the case when the Cubs hit 6 homers the other night in Pittsburgh. And there's some saying, well, how can Campana and Colvin not be in the lineup today? And it's a legitimate question. Well, Marlon Byrd is 5 for 8 against Cueto. Reed Johnson is 3 for 8. So you combine it, they have hit .500 against one of the toughest pitchers in the league. So that's why they're in the lineup, and Campana and Colvin are not. This will end the inning as Renteria double pumps, but still has time to get Marlon Byrd. Cueto hits 2, but doesn't give up a run. No hits, 5 base runners in the first combined.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Let's hit it, fellas. I heard we got a bunch of vets of Iraq and Afghanistan living the high life in here. Hey, am I in the right section? What's going on, man? Throw my people some hot dogs. They hungry. With this crew, I'm the safest man in this stadium. I like that. Let's make some noise for the vets of Iraq and Afghanistan. This is your front line, America. When you turn in your High Life bottle caps and pull tabs, 10 cents is donated to give vets a piece of the High Life, like tickets to a game like this, right, guys? Yeah.
Natural gas vehicles are used somewhere, but not in my neighborhood.
We're throwing away misperceptions about natural gas vehicles. More of the vehicles that fuel our lives use clean American natural gas today. It costs about 40% less than gasoline, so why aren't we using it even more? Start a conversation about using more natural gas vehicles in your community.
The Bears are back. Stake out this season with training camp reports on Comcast Sportsnet. Go live to Bourbonnais every night with Kip Lewis and John Moon Mullen for exclusive interviews, the latest roster moves, and more. Catch training camp reports on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Time to take a look at our Coors Light freeze cam. The inside the park home run by Tony Campana yesterday, unofficially about 14.5 seconds. Could have been better. He hits the outside of first base right there. He does make a really good turn at second, using the base to propel himself toward third. And then once again, when he gets to third base, he hits the middle of the bag. Boy, as scary as this is to think about, he could have run that probably sub 14 seconds around the bases. But a great job by Tony Campana yesterday. Freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
It was the first regular season home run of his pro career. He hit one in the playoffs last year for Tennessee at AA. That was an inside the Parker. The last ball that cleared the fence was with an aluminum bat in college. Well, Zambrano in the first threw 32 pitches and at 1.9 consecutive out of the zone. 1-2 on Yonder Alonso, who had some trouble playing that carom down in the left field corner, but a lot of veteran left fielders would have had an issue with that ball hit by Tony Campana.
Now, this is a guy the Reds are going to have to find a position for, whether it's left field, third base. You wouldn't expect it to be first base with Joey Votto over there. But we talked about him in the ball game yesterday. He puts together very professional at bats for a young major league hitter. Came out of a big time program at the University of Miami. A polished offensive player. Still needs to find a place to play defensively.
4 walks to start the game for Z. Here comes Ramon Hernandez. And just to follow up on the Cubs lineup today, Alfonso Soriano in left. He's hit .346 with 3 home runs against Johnny Cueto. I guess the point of it is, and you've been in this spot, managers have reasons for what they do on a daily basis. You may not agree with them, which is fair. But a manager's job on a daily basis is to put his best lineup out there to try to win a ball game. And when it comes to playing the kids, which Mike Quaddy has said he will do, that's an organizational philosophy and issue, and those conversations go on all the time between the GM and the manager. But if the GM says, hey, go win a ball game today, you're not doing your job, in my opinion, if you don't put your best lineup out there.
Well, and I think a lot of fans are conceding that this is a lost season for the Cubs, and why continue to play a veteran like Reed Johnson? You're certainly well aware of what he's all about, what he brings to the table, his value to a team. Same thing for Marlon Byrd in center field and Alfonso Soriano in left field. So I think for those fans who feel that this season is lost, they want to see the kids play just to get a little more experience and get a better handle of what you have moving forward. So I can see both sides of the argument, but being a former manager, you're absolutely right. Your bottom line is try to win a ball game every day. I think the important thing is to make sure that guys like Tyler Colvin and Tony Campana today understand that just because they're not starting the ball game doesn't mean they won't have an effect on the game. We've seen Campana come in as a defensive replacement. We've seen him used as a pinch hitter and a pinch runner. Tyler Colvin swinging the power bat recently. He may have an opportunity to come up late in this game and pinch hit with the tying or winning run on base. So keep plugged in. Stay plugged into the game. You never know when you're going to be needed.
Byrd in center, and he makes a catch. The Cubs take on the Reds tomorrow at 1:20 here at Wrigley Field. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans get a Cubs keychain light, compliments of ComEd. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Cueto in a bunting situation here.
And that has to make Dusty very happy. Cueto does not swing the bat well at all. 1 for 30 on the season when swinging away. He does have 6, looks like now 7 sacrifice bunts on the season. Perfectly executed that time by Johnny Cueto. Bunts that ball out near the end of the bat so it doesn't roll nearly as far. Pena had thoughts about going to second base right there, but chooses to take the sure out at first base. And now Big Z is going to have to deal with the top of the Reds order with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs.
To Drew Stubbs. Castro throws out Stubbs, so the leadoff walk does not come back to hurt Zambrano. Scoreless early.
Behold, the towering inferno. 3 burgers, spicy Cheetos, chili, and nacho cheese. Thanks for playing, ladies. Bye now.
What will you create at AM/PM? AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Verizon 4G LTE, now available in Indianapolis. Rule the air on the fastest 4G network in America.
Behold, the towering inferno. 3 burgers, spicy Cheetos, chili, and nacho cheese. Thanks for playing, ladies. Bye now.
Pick up your favorites at an everyday value, like this one, 2 for $2. AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Chicago sports fans know there's only one place to go for the best local sports news and highlights. That's Sportsnet Central. Every night at 6:30, 10, 10:30, and midnight. Only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. The Willis Tower. Downtown Chicago. Buzzing this weekend with Cubs and the Reds. Lollapalooza. They scheduled Bears practice, but I don't think they ever did at Soldier Field. Some issues with the turf. There's a strike on Reed Johnson. I'm sure Lakeshore Drive last night around 6:30 was empty. Yeah. Smooth sailing, right?
Right.
High ball to left. And caught out there by Alonso for the out.
Yeah, yesterday was a good day to either walk or ride your bike or take public transportation. Boy, it was free parking on a lot of the streets that I saw yesterday. Which happens in any major city on a Friday afternoon when there's a lot of things going on in town. Weather was just perfect yesterday. People outdoors enjoying themselves.
One to Soriano. The bat is fair. The ball is foul. Late movement on that two-seam fastball. I mean, when you see a bat explode like that one did, I mean, look at that. That barrel ends up out near shortstop. I think it's more a case of the hitter not holding the bat in a proper position to take advantage of the grain of the wood. You know, ever since you were a little kid, you were always taught to make contact with the trademark pointing straight up when you make contact. That way you're hitting with the grain of the bat. It's less likely to break. When you roll that trademark around either all the way forward or all the way back, you're hitting against the grain of the bat, and it's much more likely to break, and in the case of those maple bats, explode. And Soriano uses such a heavy bat with a thin handle. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean where you start with the bat, where the trademark is, but as you take your practice swings, if you stop where you think the point of contact will be, the trademark at that point should be pointing straight up toward the sky. I started to say uses that big heavy barreled bat with a thin handle, and if you mishit it at all, get it down near the trademark or out toward the end a little bit with the torque that he creates with his swing, there's very little chance that bat's going to survive. Good take. As he becomes a 7th base runner already, and we haven't seen a hit yet. 5 walks and 2 hit batters combined. Soto back in the lineup. Coy Hill rather was in there yesterday. with 2 homers over his last 3 games. Pitch. Missed again, 2-1.
You mentioned Coy Hill catching Ryan Dempster yesterday, Lennon. A lot of times we give the catcher credit when a pitcher goes out and throws a good game and holds down the opposing team's lineup. I think yesterday Coy Hill might have done some of his best work with Ryan Dempster. Dempster was very inconsistent. He had innings when he was really sharp and really good, and he had other innings where he just couldn't command anything consistently. And those are the days where your catcher can really help get you through the rough humps of the ball game. And Dempster was able to strand 8 runners in his 6 innings of work after walking 6 and giving up 4 base hits.
Double play ball, but it's dropped by Renteria. They're still going to have time. 6-4 to 3 to end the inning. Off to the 3rd. 0-0.
Verizon 4G LTE, now available in Indianapolis. Rule the air on the fastest 4G network in America.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Ooh, that looks good. Can I have some? You guys should rock, paper, scissors for it. Okay. Best of 3? Sure. 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. I win. Congratulations.
Get your own barbecue pulled pork sub at Subway. Tender, slow-cooked pork with irresistibly bold barbecue sauce. Subway, eat fresh.
Dahl, Ford, and the Quad Cities. A perfect match for over 73 years. Ford sets the pace with industry-leading quality and cutting-edge technology. The Dahl family brings a history of integrity and guest service. And the Quad Cities has always been a great place to live and do business, especially Ford business. Dahl, Ford, and the Quad Cities. A perfect match for over 73 years. This is Dahl Ford Country, home of 120% Kelley Blue Book for your trade.
The McDonald's Daily Double is back for just $1.89. But you don't have to remember it to love it. Prices and participation may vary. For a limited time, a la carte only.
Hey fans, couldn't get tickets to the Cardinals series at Wrigley? Well, Cubs Destination has spots available for this highly anticipated matchup. All standard packages include great tickets, first-class hotel accommodations, a special Cubs gift bag, a tour of the ballpark, and a private meet and greet with a current Cubs player. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Slider strike. And Renteria.
Don't you hate it when you run out of bun before the hot dog's all gone?
Three consecutive sliders. 2 have missed. Edgar hit a grand slam on Tuesday night in Houston. And 295 in the second half. You don't want to face him in extra innings. According to Elias, over the last 5 years, he has hit .423 in extra innings, including 5 for 9 this year. And you know what? I don't know if it's a skill, but it doesn't surprise me because Edgar Renteria has been in the middle of a A lot of pressure situations in the playoffs in his career, and he's come through as he bloops into right for the first hit of this game.
You know, I think up to a certain point, Len, it's just baseball. You know, good hitters are going to put the ball in play. Occasionally they're going to find holes, but after a while, when you consistently come through in those situations, I think it moves beyond the random. I think guys at some level look forward to those situations because they've had success in the past. They have more success, and eventually they become what we like to call clutch hitters.
If you just asked a lot of random baseball fans, quick, who was the MVP of the World Series last year? You think they would immediately say Edgar Renteria?
No.
Well, he was. That's drilled out in the left center. Bird, however, will make the catch. Joey Votto hit it right on the screws for an out.
That ball was struck well that time. Little sinker down low and away. Votto stays right on it. Looked like it was headed for that gap in left center, but Marlon Byrd closed ground quickly, able to make the catch on his feet.
You could see on that slow-mo replay just how Joey Votto can really slow things down. Think about how little time you have as a hitter to react, but he took that pitch right where it was delivered and almost hit a double in the hole, and Castro will throw to second. A little late, according to Doug Eddings. It was close. It'll be a hit for Brandon Phillips. Great play by Castro just to get a glove on it.
I thought sure that ball was headed for left field and a clean single, but Castro, much like Marlon Byrd, closed ground quickly at the very end, got off a strong, accurate throw to Darwin Barney. Not sure whether he was called safe because Renteria beat the throw or looked like Darwin Barney pulled his foot off the bag at second base.
Yeah, I think his foot did come off. At any rate, Jay Bruce takes a fastball on the inside corner. Either a backup slider or a split, and it was up toward the outside corner, and Bruce waved at it. Here's a 1-2. Got him on a great sinker. That's the Greg Maddux comebacker.
Yep. And he set it up well by throwing a cutter inside earlier in the count. Jay Bruce sees this pitch, probably assumed it was another cutter. Off the plate inside, but that late movement back toward the corner gets the called third strike. You know, a lot of times it's not always the pitch that gets you out. It's the pitches that you threw previously to set that hitter up and make him vulnerable to that last pitch.
Cairo out into right center will give the Reds the lead as Renteria scores. Phillips to third. Cairo with his 999th career base hit. Cairo right now is dancing off of first because Carlos Pena's near the mound.
It's a little inside out swing from Cairo. He too a veteran player that hits to situations. That time just muscled one out into shallow right center field to put the Reds on the board.
Alonso with a big cut fouled it back. Foul. blisters. And keep everybody cool.
Unless that's steam, which wouldn't accomplish the goal.
No.
I talked about Yonder Alonso coming out of a big-time program down at the University of Miami. It's not unusual for guys coming out of those big programs that have had tremendous success and a lot of players move on to professional baseball to get into the minor leagues, and it almost seems like a step back. In some cases, playing in front of smaller crowds, smaller clubhouses, maybe the facility isn't quite as nice as what you played in college. Fortunately for Yonder Alonso, got to the big leagues rather quickly, so he didn't have to deal with those small clubhouses in the minor leagues.
I think it is a great thing about baseball. I saw a great Sports Illustrated article on Bryce Harper. I don't know if you had a chance to check it out, but it kind of debunked a few myths about him, painted him in a pretty positive light, but just the idea of the scrutiny that he has been under and the fact that a lot of, we'll say, kids his age in other sports, they go right to their top of their league, whereas he went to the low minors. It can be very humbling. Now, we don't expect Bryce Harper to spend a lot of time in the minor leagues, but he's not going to be in the big leagues this year at age 18.
Well, and a similar conundrum for the Washington Nationals, as we were talking about with Mike Quaddy making out his lineup on a daily basis. When do you pull the plug and start playing the kids? When do you continue to compete and try to win games? I mean, the Washington Nationals are 19 games out of first place. Very little chance to catch the Phillies or the Braves in that division or in the wild card race as Alonso lines one into left for an RBI base hit. So I'm sure a lot of National fans are saying, hey, what the heck do we have to lose? Let's get the kid up here and get him some at-bats, get him some experience at the major league level.
Back-to-back two-out RBI singles. So 4 walks in the first 2 innings and now 4 hits in the third to make it 2-0. That pitch was out of the strike zone. Well, there was a great line in the article. Either his manager or one of his minor league coaches said, Bryce, if you, and he's now, is he at high A or double A? I think he's at double A.
I think he's in double A now, I believe.
He said, if you hit 400 this year, where are you going to finish? He said double A. He said, if you hit 600 this year, where are you going to finish? He said double A. He said, if you don't make an out, you hit 1,000, where are you going to finish? Double A. He's not hitting 1,000 as Hernandez lines out. Reds get on the board first. It's 2-0 in the third.
With Luna, get free installation on all carpet, hardwood, and laminate. Plus, get our extended free financing. Call today. There's just more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Lady, you shouldn't be here.
Oh, I'm not here. I'm just a figment of your imagination. But you are thinking about grabbing a Rocky Mountain cold Coors Light at happy hour. Maybe you can even buy me one.
You're gorgeous. What's your name?
Jim. And thanks.
Keep it up, Jimbo.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
This is my robot butler. Say I'm missing England. I type in E, N, G, and he gives me a variety of options.
Would you like to have a look at a map, my lad?
Ah, why not?
Shall we check on the status of your knighthood?
Yes.
Again?
Yes, again, please. Thank you. With my digital manservant, I'll never be homesick again.
Would you like me to put the kettle on, sir?
No, I'd like you to get rid of that ostrich. It's been here a month.
The new HP TouchPad. Get it now for $100 off, starting at $399.99. We're always warmed up and ready to go. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Tomorrow, division action rages on at Wrigley as the Cubs close out their series with the Reds. Don't miss a division rivalry driven by Mazda. Cubs, Reds, tomorrow at 12:30 on your home for Cubs baseball. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hey fans, don't miss the action as the Cubs host the Nationals this Monday right here at Wrigley Field. Game time is 7:05, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs home cap. Compliments of Comcast Sportsnet. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Carlos Zambrano trailing 2-0. Will bat for the first time. He's put together a really nice year at the plate. And according to Elias, he has driven in a run and gotten the win 37 times in his career. Tied with Livan Hernandez for the most such games among active pitchers. And he drives one deep to right center. Out of here. Well, he's driven in a run today. Second homer of the year and the 23rd of his career. He's the Cubs franchise leader among pitchers.
Cueto perhaps getting a little too cute with Zambrano. Missed away with the first two pitches. Comes in with an 83-mile-an-hour changeup down and in right in Big Z's wheelhouse. Our HP touchpad home run replay. A bomb to right center field by Carlos Zambrano to get the Cubs on the board.
First homer since April 13th in Houston. And it seems like he hits all of his home runs against the Astros and the Reds. Find out here.
I'm sure it seems that way for the Reds and the Astros.
I'll tell you, it might be like half his home runs have been against those two teams. And now it's 3-0 on Starlin Castro. All right, 23 home runs, right? 7 against the Reds, 6 against Houston. So 13 of his 23 have been against these two franchises. .15th he's hit left-handed. Bruce coming over, and he'll get it on the move. .13th at Wrigley Field. I'll tell you, according to Baseball Reference, Bob, he's hit 5 to left, 5 to right, 5 to left center, 5 to center, and 4 to right center.
Spreading them around.
Yeah, he finds every area of the ballpark.
Well, and that ability to swing the bat and occasionally hit the ball up into the seats, I'm sure over the course of his career has kept him in a lot of ball games where maybe another pitcher who doesn't swing the bat as well would have been taken down for a pinch hitter. The ability to do those other things, you know, hold runners on base, field your position, get down a bunt, swing the bat, put the ball in play. For a starting pitcher, that will buy you that extra inning or sometimes 2 innings in a ball game, which might make the difference between taking a loss as opposed to taking a victory or a no decision.
Good look from behind home plate as Barney bounces it foul. Zambrano has homered off the likes of Tom Glavine, Woody Williams, his one-time teammate Todd Wellemeyer. Cairo with a nice play. He's taken one guy deep twice. Kyle Loesch.
I would imagine, Len, there are some older fans like myself out there who watch Johnny Cueto's delivery out of the windup and can't help but think about Luis Tiant.
Knocked down by Renteria, but that's it. And Ramirez has a 2-out single. And the ball that was scalded to short.
Renteria gets extended over there in that hole between third and short, just throws out the left hand trying to get to that baseball. It hits him in the heel of the glove, and fortunately for Ramirez and the Cubs, just drops harmlessly out there in the grass in left field for a base hit. I can't remember who said it, Len, about Luis Tiant, but they said at some point in the ball game he's going to look every fan in the eye.
Yeah, I mean, he was staring at the center field camera before every pitch. And if Johnny Cueto has a career that's even in the ballpark of Luis Tiant, it'll be a great career. 229 wins for El Tiante.
One of the great thrills of my minor league career was taking an at-bat against Luis Tiant in the Pacific Coast League. He was coming back from some sort of injury or the other, having a rehab start in AAA, and I had a chance to face him. Don't remember what I did, but what a hoot.
Pena is inside. 2-1. 2 down, runner at first. Zambrano led off the inning with a home run to make it 2-1. Count 3-2. It's the only early start. Everything else is either later this afternoon or tonight. Ramirez takes off as Pena fouls that one back and out of the ballpark. Ball landing just about right now near the Ernie Banks statue.
Well, you notice out of the stretch, Johnny Cueto doesn't turn his back to the hitter at all. Very abbreviated delivery to home plate, especially when he uses that slide step.
Deep right center. Bruce chasing after it, won't get it. Ramirez will score the tying run as Pena doubles him home.
Fortunately, a full count pitch. Cueto hangs it up over the inside part of the plate. Pena pulls it back to the gap in right center. Fortunately, a 3-2 count with 2 outs because Ramirez was on the move from first base and scored easily without a play on that gapper to right center.
Chance now for Bird to give the Cubs the lead. Going to happen though as Renteria throws him out for the second time today. Well, the Reds got 2 in the top of the inning. The Cubs come right back with a pair. Zambrano with his second homer of the year. And then Pena with the RBI double. It's 2-2.
Got it. Don't be the last to know. Get it faster with 4G. It's the network of possibilities. AT&T.
That's a solid guillotine. That is deep. Can Tito win this fight? It's all over. Unbelievable. What a huge victory for Tito Ortiz. I'm Tito Ortiz, and I'm staying here for a long, long time. Oh, it is all over. Are you kidding me? Wow. Rashawn, we can do it again.
Mark,
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care. The Bears are back. Stake out this season with training camp reports on Comcast Sportsnet. Go live to Bourbonnais every night with Kip Lewis and John Moon Mullen for exclusive interviews, the latest roster moves, and more. Catch training camp reports on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
This fourth inning is brought to you by Fourth Meal from Taco Bell. Open 1 a.m. or later.
It's AT&T trivia time. Legend has credited Dusty Baker with co-inventing what piece of American culture? More specifically, American sports culture. We'll have the answer coming up. Dusty, the subject of a trivia question today and tomorrow. He's had a very interesting career, which we have talked about a lot over the years in terms of being a teammate of Hank Aaron. He was in the on-deck circle as Reed Johnson robs Johnny Cueto. As Hank Aaron hit the home run to pass Babe Ruth on the all-time home run list.
You know, Dusty did not invent the toothpick. He certainly popularized it in his time as a manager, especially here in Chicago.
Ground ball to Castro.
Well, partner, you can blame Dusty Baker for my interest in fishing as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, back when he was managing the San Francisco Giants and I was a coach on his staff. On off days, Dusty would take some of his players out to a local pond, do some fishing, and one time he drugged me along. I had nothing else to do, and pardon the pun, but I was hooked.
A relaxing activity, there's no doubt. And more information on the former Cubs manager. He closes in on his 300th win with his third different team. 840 wins with the Giants, 322 with the Cubs, and 297 with the Reds. He's trying to tie Dave Bristol on their all-time managerial wins list. Got a ways to go to catch Sparky Anderson at the top. The late Hall of Famer with 863 wins. They would tie Bristol for 8th. He got Renteria on a slider. Came back right over the heart of the plate. Z with an 8-pitch inning, and he really needed it. It's 2-2.
If I were a customer, I like nonstop travel because it's quicker, because it's convenient. It's just the best way to go. Keeps the cost down.
Southwest Airlines has added new nonstop flights from Midway to South Carolina.
It means more time doing the things I want to do. It's easy. It's hassle-free. There's no headaches.
Fly Southwest Airlines' new nonstops from Midway to Greenville, Spartanburg, and Charleston, South Carolina.
I like nonstop travel because you don't got any more stuff. I don't know what to...
Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor, available at Advance Auto, Walgreens, Pep Boys, Target, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
I'll go medium, please.
Medium rare.
Medium well.
Oh, I'm going triple.
Taco Bell's triple steak burrito with 1, 2, 3 times the thick, juicy marinated steak. There's steak night, then there's triple steak night. Think outside the bun.
Let's answer the AT&T trivia question. Legend has it that Dusty Baker was credited with co-inventing a piece of American culture, and the debate will probably last till the end of time. It is the high five. He and Glenn Burke, his Dodger teammate, back in 1977. We'll hear from Dusty here momentarily. I just kind of assume the high five's been around forever, but it has not.
It's hard to believe, but players actually used to just shake hands after somebody hit a home run or scored a big run, or if a pitcher got out of a jam, they do the traditional handshake.
Or a low five.
Low five. That gave way to the high five, which kind of gave way to the fist bump.
Reed Johnson could not hold up. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The key is to know what the other guy is expecting. You know, if you come in there ready for a fist bump and he's ready for a high five, and then when you go for the high five, he switches to the low five, well, it could end up looking like a fight.
Yeah, you got to get it right. 2-1. Up out into shallow right center. 3 Reds in the area. That's going to drop, and oh, that could be bad, as Brandon Phillips really took a tumble. Looked like he was going to make the catch, but then he ran over Drew Stubbs. That could be a bad one. It's a double for Reed Johnson. But the Reds trainer, along with Dusty Baker, they're going to head out and check on their second baseman.
Well, you could almost see this one coming. Brandon Phillips never quits on a pop-up. He didn't hear any of his outfielders call him off, so he continued after the ball. And Drew Stubbs actually does what you teach outfielders on a play like that. You'd rather the infielder stay on his feet, the outfielder go to a slide, hoping to minimize the damage. Unfortunately, this time, the Drew Stubbs slide catches Phillips in an awkward position.
Now, you worry about the foot getting caught underneath and a bad twist, and our replay seemed to indicate that he avoided maybe major damage with his foot or ankle. But the other thing, Bob, it just may have taken his breath away. That was a hard landing.
That's Steve Bauman, the assistant trainer for the Cincinnati Reds, along with Dusty Baker, and we're taking a look at that right ankle area. Appeared to take the worst of it from Deuce Stubbs as he came sliding in from center field.
And you worry about the spike really planting in the turf and then the other player landing right on it. So they're checking on the lower right leg. Let's focus on the right leg, which is the back leg closest to your screen. Right. Okay, so it's more the impact, maybe.
Yeah, the bone of the knee of Drew Stubbs is making solid contact with the inside of the right angle of Brandon Phillips. You can see he was already grimacing before he hit the ground. The amazing thing is he caught that ball.
Yeah, he would have caught it. Yep. Well, I've not heard a scoring decision, but I got to believe that's a double.
I would think so.
Errors usually aren't charged to guys who get tackled inadvertently.
Hopefully nothing worse than a bruise for Brandon Phillips. Dusty Baker is hoping that thing heals in the next 15 seconds. That's a very important piece of this Reds team, both offensively and defensively.
Looks like Phillips wants to stay in.
They could ill afford to lose him for any amount of time.
Well, their bench is almost a full player short. Chris Heise, who pinch ran yesterday, can only pinch run today. Can't throw, he can't hit. So if you take Phillips out, you put in another infielder, and you lose a potential bat later, because again Heise can only run.
Looks like he's going to stay in the ball game. I think. Not to sound cruel or anything, but if you're Mike Quade and the Cubs, let's go. Either play or don't play. Unfortunately, that's the nature of this business. We can't wait until he heals out there at second base. You either have to make a determination that he can continue playing in this game, or you're going to have to pull him out for a sub. With Alfonso Soriano at the plate, but push bunt to the right side of the field, forcing Phillips to come over and cover first base right now would might be a little bit of a shifty strategy, but you want to see what he's capable of doing on that injured right ankle.
Go ahead run now, second base, nobody out, and a 1-0 to Soriano's bounced foul. Johnson with a bloop double. And a A drive to deep left for Soriano. Off the wall. He doubles, and the Cubs lead 3-2. He keeps hitting against Johnny Cueto. Back-to-back doubles to start the inning. Cubs with their first lead.
And a lengthy delay perhaps hurting Johnny Cueto. He grooves a 91-mile-an-hour fastball to Alfonso Soriano. A lot of topspin on that drive to left field. Looked like it had a chance to reach the seats, but as it got out there closer to the left field wall, it hit about halfway up.
Soto rolls it into left. Soriano will be held at third. 3 straight hits. Brian Price will head out to the mound. By the way, this is his 17th start of the year for Johnny Cueto. He hasn't allowed more than 3 runs in any, or 3 earned runs, I should say, in any of his starts. Well, he's at 3 right now, and in certain danger of it being at least 4 in this inning.
That's pitching coach Brian Price out there having a word with his starting pitcher. I mentioned the mechanical tweaks that Cueto went through back in May, turning his back more to the hitter. Brian Price wasn't totally on board with those changes initially, but when Cueto started to have some success, Brian Price bought into it as well. They've worked to try to smooth out that turn your back to home plate delivery and get the most out of it. I think it's a feather in Brian Price's cap to show the flexibility to do what a pitcher thinks he needs to do to be successful, even if it's not what you think he needs to do.
Well, the other part of it is he's worked from the stretch a lot, which mitigates that mechanical change quite a bit. Now, having said that, with runners on base this year, opponents are hitting just .209. One and two. He got him. That's out number 1. Nice job by the Menards grounds crew, as always, here at Wrigley Field. Pitch to Castro, bounced up the middle, takes Phillips right to second. He does get 1 out. That's it. And Mike Quaddy's going to argue that Phillips ever had the ball. Apparently the call is by Doug Eddings that he was taking the ball out of his glove to make the throw to first. It'll be an RBI on the fielder's choice for Castro to make it 4-2.
We'll have the benefit of the replay.
Yeah, I think that's the right call.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it is the right call. He had the ball in the glove as he stepped on second base. Good presence of mind to do two things at once right there. Yeah, right there the out is recorded, and he's clearly trying to take the ball out of his glove as it comes loose. Well, I don't think Q agrees with Doug Eddings out there at second base, but I think he got it right. But it's the one time you don't want Starlin Castro to hit the ball up the middle of the field. The Reds were cheating up the middle a little bit in anticipation of a possible double play, and that grounder led Brandon Phillips right to the bag at second.
What a break as the ball eventually got out of his glove. That allowed Castro to reach first. And also allowed Soriano to score. One and one. Punched into center. Castro will stop at second. Seven hits now in the last two innings for the Cubs. Handcuffed Hernandez, who was able to knock it down.
And just judging from Hernandez's reaction, he was expecting a cut fastball to move away from Ramirez, and that pitch either held its line or maybe even moved a little bit the other way. And anytime you're catching a pitch and you end up reaching back to the inside corner with your thumb down, that's when you get in a very precarious position as a catcher. Any catcher that's ever caught a good sinker ball pitcher, they're all very familiar with that same bone bruise. You're tracking the ball as you start to turn that thumb toward the ground. As the ball sinks down and in, you end up taking the brunt of it off of your thumb. Well, you catchers know what I'm talking about.
Earned runs allowed this year by Johnny Cueto.
Keep the line moving. Perhaps an opportunity to really blow this one wide open here if Aramis Ramirez can find something to his liking.
Gets by, and the runners will advance.
Cueto all over the place in this inning. It's a cutter that's clear over in the left-handed batter's box. Hernandez just tries to reach across and make a backhanded play, and it shoots past him to the bricks.
It's a wild one on Cueto. He'll go back to the windup. Runners at second and third, and a 3-1 count. Ball 4, bases loaded.
Lynn want to send a quick hello to Lori Fodge, F-O-D-G-E, the daughter of former Cub Gene Fodge, a pitcher back in 1958. She's here at the ball game today. Unfortunately, her father Gene passed away about a year ago, and she just wanted to say how badly she missed her dad. Welcome to the ballpark.
Also got a really nice letter from Deanna Edmonds, big Cub fan from Kelowna, Illinois. Also, Linda Fowler from Flanagan sent us a nice note. Her favorite Cub is Aramis Ramirez. 2-0 on the patient Carlos Pena. Inside 3-0. Fans, make sure you check out the new Cubs Kids Club presented by ComEd, the official kids club of the Cubs. Help your favorite young Cub fan earn his or her pinstripe as a member of the Cubs Kids Club. They'll receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise throughout the 2011 season. Visit Cubs.com to sign up today. Just on the outside corner.
Maybe. That's
Mike Hernandez set up out there. A little surprise. Look where he set up. He set up almost out of the zone.
He reaches across to his left shin guard to make the catch. That's that automatic 3-0 call if it's anywhere close to the plate.
Setting up in the same spot. Low to force in a run. To 2. Pena's taken 66 walks this year, good for third in the league. And it's the third with the bases loaded for Pena this week. That is it for Cueto. Roughest outing of the year for Johnny Cueto. Sam LeCure will come in. It's the Verizon call to the pen in the fourth.
Be right back.
What are you guys doing here? We're not here. We're figments of your imagination. You're thinking about all that Rocky Mountain cold refreshment at our tailgate. Dude, in 3 hours, you will be enjoying Coors Light.
I want to get my hands on that can.
Bill!
Hey. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Hey, does this make my butt look big?
We'll never stop sharing our memories or getting lost in a good book. We'll always cook dinner and cheer for our favorite team. We'll still go to meetings, make home movies, and learn new things. But how we do all this will never be the same.
Toyota's nationwide clearance event is on. It's your chance to take advantage of the summer's best selection and the year's biggest deals on your favorite Toyota models, including the popular Camry, the best-selling car in America. Lease a new 2011 Camry for just $199 a month, or get 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus, get $500 bonus cash when you lease or buy Camry. Toyota's nationwide clearance event ends soon. Hurry in before time runs out.
It's a Verizon call to the pen, and it's right-hander Sam LeCure in relief of Johnny Cueto.
Solid numbers for the right-hander this year. Only 35 base hits allowed in 52 innings. He gave up a run on Wednesday against the Houston Astros. Was the first run he had surrendered since July 5th. Done a really nice job working middle relief out of that Reds bullpen.
Some DL time with a strained forearm. As Marlon Byrd steps in with the bases loaded. He's grounded out twice to short. 3 runs in. The Cubs lead 5-2. Look here, ready, and the pitch. 2-1.
I'll tell you, Lynn, we know Joey Votto plays as far off that first baseline as any defender in the National League. But one thing it does in this situation, it gives Carlos Pena an opportunity to take a monster leadoff over there at first. That could become significant on a ground ball where maybe the only play the Reds have is at second base. Hopefully Pena will be able to beat that force.
Oh, a 2-2. Foul tip, strike 3. But a huge inning for the Cubs. They get 3 runs. They knock Cueto out of the game. It's 5-2.
Let's hit it, fellas. I heard we got a bunch of vets of Iraq and Afghanistan living the high life in here. Hey, am I in the right section? What's going on, man? Throw my people some hot dogs. They hungry. With this crew, I'm the safest man in this stadium. I like that. Let's make some noise for the vets of Iraq and Afghanistan. This is your front line, America. When you turn in your High Life bottle caps and pull tabs, 10 cents is donated to give vets a piece of the High Life. Like tickets to a game like this, right, guys? Yeah!
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
At S.J. Smith Company, Gases, Welding, Safety, and Industrial Solutions, our goal is to identify cost-effective answers to fit your unique challenges. Our repair service department is certified and the only local authorized dealer by Thermodynamics Equipment. Our on-call staff will help you minimize downtime and keep your production on target. Plus, S.J. Smith has a wide selection of rental welding machines. For short or long-term rentals, call S.J. Smith and see what we can do for you. You have the questions, S.J. Smith has the answers. Allow our expertise to work for you. Find out more at sjsmith.com.
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Hey fans, text footlong to 29653. If you're the 500 texter, you could win 5 $5 footlong subs from Subway. A little cushion here for Carlos Zambrano as he takes the ball to begin the top half of the 5th inning. Cubs fortunate to catch Johnny Cueto on a bad day today. He's been really good this season, especially lately, but they took advantage of every mistake he made in the game today.
And they've really been doing that throughout this winning streak. Strike to Joey Votto. Todd Frazier's going to hit for Brandon Phillips. Not a huge surprise. Phillips able to stay in the game after apparently injuring his lower right leg. He will be removed. Two balls, two strikes. Three and two. Ready for a payoff pitch. Fouled back.
The wind has turned a little bit since the beginning of the ball game. Also blowing a little bit harder. Appears to be coming straight in from right field now.
Swing and a miss. Strike three. 5 for Carlos Zambrano today.
It's rare you get Joey Votto to swing at a pitch that far out of the strike zone. That was a slider up about shoulder level. Votto probably has as good an eye for the strike zone as any hitter in the National League. Rare to see him chase a bad pitch.
So here's Frazier, who played third and left yesterday, went 0 for 2, 2 walks and a run. Inside, 3 balls and a strike. A lot of deep counts on both sides in this one today.
Todd Frazier resides in Toms River, New Jersey. Now, if you've heard of that before, it's probably because of the tremendous Little League World Series team they had back in 1998. And yes, indeed, Todd Frazier was a member of that team.
Ground ball sending Castro to his left. Matchup at Fenway Park later today. CC Sabathia will go after his 17th win. He has a 1.01 over his last 8 starts. He'll face John Lackey as the Yankees go for their 9th straight win. They beat the Red Sox last night to jump ahead in the standings by a game. Bruce lines out hard to Darwin Barney. That's 7 in a row now retired by Z as he works with a 5-2 advantage.
The home side is something going on.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm a big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
What can a GMC Sierra get done in the next 90 days? Its Bluetooth capability keeps you connected. Its touchscreen navigation gets you from one job to the next. And the Wi-Fi system turns it into a mobile workstation. About the only thing you won't do in a Sierra for 90 days is make a payment. Now during the GMC summer event, get 0% financing for 60 months when you purchase any 2011 Sierra. Plus, make no payments for 90 days.
Verizon 4G LTE, now available in Indianapolis. Rule the air on the fastest 4G network in America.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Blast Sportsnet Central update. Tiger Woods shot a 2 over 72 in today's third round of the Bridgestone Invitational. He's now 13 shots behind the leader, Adam Scott, who's using Tiger's old caddy. And later tonight, Richard Dent will be officially inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Todd Hollandsworth joins me later for Cubs Postgame Live. Now back to the confines to Len and Bob.
Cap, thank you. Cubs try to add on, leading 5-2, going after their 7th in a row. LeCure against Reed Johnson. Cairo goes from third to second. Frazier stays in and plays third. Cubs trying to win their 7th in a row for the first time since 2008. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. 0-2. The Cubs have also won 4 in a row here at home. Last time they won 5 straight at Wrigley Field, 2009.
And that move to take Brandon Phillips out of this ball game, Len, you know, obviously the Reds know much better than we do exactly the extent of the injury, but anytime you get a bruise below the waist, and it looked like he got whacked pretty good on that right ankle, it's going to swell. You're going to have some bleeding in that area, and when you're standing on your feet all day, the effects of gravity just make it worse than it has to be. So I'm sure Brandon Phillips up in the clubhouse right now has that foot elevated with an ice bag on it. To get some further evaluations later this evening, but nothing good can come of playing the rest of the ball game on a badly bruised right ankle. Now, if it's the end of September and you're a game out of first place, that's a whole different story. You just tape an aspirin on it and go get them.
And Cairo couldn't get to it. Johnson with a base hit. You certainly give up a little range when you take Phillips out. The second hit for Reed Johnson.
Boy, Reed Johnson has such tremendous plate coverage because he stands so close to the plate. Pitches that an opposing pitcher will think are several inches off the outside corner or right in the middle of his swing.
Johnson starting it again. He doubled to begin the 3-run 4th. Soriano knocked him home with a 2-base hit. fastball right down the middle, 0-2. Cole Hamels and Matt Cain coming up in a little over an hour in San Francisco. Phillies have won the first 2 of that series. He's got testy last night. We'll see what happens today.
I think there were some comments from Phillies manager Charlie Manuel, not intended to inflame the Giants pitching staff, but he was answering some questions about the great Giants starting pitching. And he said, let's give it a little time. You know, usually when you use the word great, it's over a longer period of time and you have maintained success over that period of time. He wasn't quite willing to call the Giants rotation great at this point. And Charlie said, you want to see a great pitching staff, look on the other side of the field. He didn't say that, but I'm sure he was thinking it.
First place Milwaukee's in Houston. Chris Narveson against Brett Myers tonight. Craig Counsell finally snapped the offer. It had reached 45 consecutive at bats. But he had a pinch hit single last night in the 9th inning as Milwaukee won 8-1. The record for the longest hitless streak by a non-pitcher, Bill Bergen, in 1909 went 0 for 46. A fly to left and a circle route there, and it drops and it gets past Alonso. Well, he played that routine fly ball into a double.
Right. I mean, he may have been fooled a little bit because Soriano went over his head last time. This time a full swing, but he didn't catch it on the sweet spot of the bat. It just got out there to left field and died, but got a little too close to the ball right there. Wasn't able to play that carom. It gets by him all the way to the vines.
A single and an error. I think the adjective you'd have to use there is very tentative.
I can think of a few others, but we'll settle for tentative. Yes.
Infielders in a few steps as Soto swings and misses. Finally back to Craig Counsell. It was the longest hitless streak by a non-pitcher since Tony Bernazard of the Indians went 0 for 44 in 1984. But it is over. Craig Counsell slept a little better last night.
I feel about Craig Counsell. He was a big part of our 01 World Championship team in Arizona, and it's hard for me to believe that he could ever go that long without getting a base hit. Such a good situational hitter, still runs extremely well, good bunter. And sometimes that happens in this game.
He's one of our favorites.
Here's another guy. You were talking about Edgar Renteria earlier. They were teammates on that Florida team that won the World Championship. Counsell, another guy that always seems to surface with good teams.
Right in the middle of a couple of World Series clinching rallies, and Edgar Renteria 2 times in his career has produced a World Series clinching RBI hit. 97 with the Marlins, last year with the Giants. Missed on a slider. It's full 3-2 with Zambrano on deck. Bases loaded, nobody out.
New season, a new look. Join Vineline, the official magazine of the Chicago Cubs, in celebrating its 25th anniversary in 2011. Get the backstage pass to how the Cubs live and play on the field as well as off. Subscriptions start at just $29.95, and for more information and to order, visit Cubs.com/Vineline.
With the home run today, Zambrano's tied Hall of Famer Walter Johnson for 9th on the all-time home run list by pitcher. That's number 23. Late swing.
Yesterday with Aroldis Chapman on the mound for the Reds and Tony Campana at the plate, we saw Aramis Ramirez stay in the dugout rather than get into the on-deck circle, and Starlin Castro, out of self-preservation, moves all the way down to the middle of the Cubs dugout just to try to get out of the line of fire should Zambrano swing late on another pitch. This is as close as Carlos gets to a two-strike approach as a hitter. He's choked up on the bat just a little bit. It's a little punch swing that time to stay alive on a borderline pitch. Be choked up, but there was nothing two-strike about that one. He was looking to leave earth again. Sam LeCure pitches like he's getting paid by the hour.
How do you know he's not?
Well, it might be.
One away.
That may be part of his strategy. You know, crucial situation here in the ball game. Bases loaded. There were none out before the Zambrano strikeout. Most hitters, even pitchers in that particular situation, very anxious to swing the bat and make something happen, try to drive home some teammates, and LeCure goes just the other direction. Really slows the game down.
Castro leading the league in hits as he comes up.
I was just going to say that's something that the Dodgers pitching staff historically have been really adept at, changing the rhythm of the game. When the opposing offense starts to get base runners and swing the bats, pitchers slow the game down. Ron Perinoski, Tommy Lasorda's pitching coach for years, used to make a slow walk to the mound just to try to take the air out of the ball a little bit.
Going back to 1946, only one Cub has had more 3-hit games in a single season. We mentioned it yesterday. Bill Buckner had 24 of them in 1980 when he won the batting title. Driven to left, and Alonso won't get it over his head. Johnson, Soriano, with Soto stopping at third, a 2-run double.
I'll tell you, in this game, if you're playing out of position or you're unsure of yourself at your defensive position, that ball will seem to find you with regularity. Well hit ball off the bat of Castro, but Alonso froze in his tracks initially. By the time he realized it was going to be over his head, he could not recover. Starlin Castro with a double, plating 2 more.
Seven to 2. Here's Barney with runners at second and third. Trying to find Alonso a defensive position. Pretty solid at first base.
Yeah. When Scott Rowland returns, he figures to get the bulk of the playing time at third base, which is another option for Alonso.
Swing and a miss for out number 2. 3 strikeouts for LeCure. All the outs he's recorded have been punch outs. Hey, watch Comcast Sportsnet game replays on demand with Xfinity TV from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Third to tie it, 3 in the fourth to take the lead, 2 more tack on runs here in the 5th. Diving stop, Renteria, and Votto can't make the play at the other end. 2 runs in. Soto had already scored, and once that throw got past Votto, Castro was able to trot home to make it 9-2.
A nice play by Edgar Renteria. Gets to this smash off the bat of Aramis Ramirez and then really took his sweet time getting to his feet. Lollipop that throw across the infield. Tough short hop pick. Actually a long hop pick that time by Joey Votto. He's unable to come up with it.
So an RBI infield single, and then the error on Renteria. It's been a very difficult defensive inning, to say the least, for the Reds.
once again, much like all of last season, they've been a very good defensive team this year. Third in the National League in fielding percentage coming into play today. But when you're standing around out there on defense seemingly all afternoon, the natural tendencies to get back on your heels a little bit. Don't react quite as quickly as you should when that ball is put into play.
Well, I'll tell you, everybody has contributed. But let's not forget about Reed Johnson's contributions the last 2 innings. He's gotten on base as the leadoff guy both times, and the Cubs have put up a combined 7 runs. It's so important when that leadoff guy gets on base. Down by Hernandez. Still time to get great seats for the 2011 season. Bleacher seats are still available as well. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Jose Arredondo came on yesterday, faced 3 batters and didn't retire any of them. He's up in the bullpen. That'll get all the way to the wall. Stubbs will chase it down. Ramirez around third. On his way to the plate. 10-2. A double for Pena. Three RBIs for Pena.
It's one thing to see a guy playing out of position like Yonder Alonso in left field misplay a ball, but Drew Stubbs, a really good defender, took a horrible line after that ball, rolls all the way to the vines. Keep the line moving. Man, you've got a Reds team out there right now that is just not paying attention to the game of baseball.
I think Dusty is in a good frame of mind right now, watching what he has watched here this inning, as the Cubs have scored 5 times, and with better defense, possibly they would have had none.
Boy, and in the big picture, with a Bronson Arroyo pitching for the Reds tomorrow, a guy who's had his own struggles this season. We saw a bunch of bullpen in the ball game yesterday. We figure to see a bunch more bullpen out of the Reds today, and with the starter going tomorrow that you don't figure to get deep into the ball game, this Reds pitching staff could be very susceptible by game time tomorrow.
Ground ball. Votto backhands LeCure over to first, and they get the out. The Cubs score 5 more. All 9 have hit over the last 2 innings. 10-2.
If I were a customer, I like nonstop travel because it's quicker, because it's convenient. It's just the best way to go. Keeps the cost down.
Southwest Airlines has added new nonstop flights from Midway to South Carolina.
It means more time doing the things I want to do. It's easy. It's hassle-free. There's no headaches.
Fly Southwest Airlines' new nonstops from Midway to Greenville, Spartanburg, and Charleston, South Carolina.
I like nonstop travel because you don't got any more stuff. I don't know.
Introducing the Schwab mobile app. It's Schwab at your fingertips wherever, whenever you want. One login lets you monitor all of your balances and transfer between accounts so your money can move as fast as you do. Check out your portfolio, track the market with live updates, and execute trades anywhere and anytime the inspiration hits you. Even deposit checks right from your phone. Just take a picture, hit deposit, and you're done. Open an account today and put Schwab Mobile to work for you.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com. Monday on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. AJ and the Sox head to Camden Yard for a 4-game series with the Orioles. Coverage begins at 5:30 with Velco White Sox pregame live. White Sox, Orioles, Monday night at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Get the inside track on the Cubs with CSN's Cubs Mobile Alerts. Text CSN Cubs to 29653 for breaking Cubs news, scores, insider reports, and more. Text CSN Cubs to 29653 right now.
All Cubs 10-2. They've scored the last 10 runs in this game. Beneficiary Carlos Zambrano, but he's contributed on offense as well. With a home run back in the 3rd inning. Miguel Cairo in search of his 1,000th hit. 3-0. Another big crowd today. 41,978. A lot to cheer about.
We couldn't ask for better weather the first week of August. A little steamy as the game began, but that cool breeze off the lake has made it a very comfortable afternoon here at Wrigley.
3-1 pitch, strike 2. Two bouncer. Castro. One away.
Len, I wanted to correct myself. I got my bands mixed up yesterday. We were talking about Cage the Elephant playing at Lollapalooza, and I said the song that really turned me on to them was Hang Me Up to Dry, which of course is the Cold War kids.
Okay.
The Cage the Elephant song was Ain't No Rest for the Wicked. I know there are some music fans out there that called me on that, so I wanted to correct myself.
You didn't sleep last night over that one.
Not at all.
Alonso trying to out-hit his defensive issues. He just cranked an opposite field home run. And it's the first of his career. That's why he's here.
Yeah, that is definitely why he's here. He has put together a string of really good at-bats in the first 2 games of this series, including this opposite field homer. It looks like he's going to be a really good major league hitter if they can just find somewhere to play him. As we've said repeatedly, he's a first baseman by trade and maybe a tick above average as a first baseman, but Joey Votto's not going anywhere. So Alonso either is going to have to learn a new position or possibly be used as trade bait to get a piece that the Reds need.
Well, it's 10-3. 1-1 on Hernandez with Fred Lewis ready to pinch hit for LeCure. Are LeCure playing tonight? Lollapalooza?
I'll muse on that a while.
There's a base hit for Hernandez. Comes Lewis. What I want to know is Cage the elephant, is the elephant's name Cage, or are you supposed to put the elephant in the cage?
You can interpret it either way you like. Whichever visual image makes you enjoy their music more.
Bergen's chatting with Carlos Zambrano and Giovanni Soto. Still a 7-run advantage. Now, he's had to work hard today because of a bunch of walks early. I'd like to see a bill of cage the elephant, foster the people, and mott the hoople. I think that'd be a nice.
Yeah. Portugal the man. You could throw that in there. Mott the hoople. Boy, that's going way back in the archives.
Call it the blank tour.
Fill in the blank.
1-1 on Fred Lewis.
I was listening to a little Mott the Hoople the other day, all the way from Memphis. Yeah.
Breaking ball finds his zone. 1-2.
Was that Patsy Cline that did the song "I Fall to Pieces"?
Yes.
That could be the Reds' theme song today defensively. Boy, they really fell to pieces in that last inning.
Big add-on runs, too. 5 of them for the Cubs. They would all be earned. Chopped up the middle. Castro steps on second. Throw to first. Save.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there. That's a tough play for a shortstop to make the determination whether to take this one yourself or the backhanded shovel toss onto the second baseman. It was going to be tough for Darwin Barney to turn that double play with his back completely turned to first base as he got to the bag. Good news is the Cubs get the lead runner. Always make sure you get one.
Slider a lot today from Big Z.
He's used it like an off-speed pitch today, too. On occasion, he's taken a lot off that pitch, rolled it up there in the high 70s, low 80s. Right there at 72. Kind of wrapped that one. There's no question this Reds offense a good fastball hitting team.
Was running with that pitch. The board said 3-2. Not so sure it wasn't 3-1. Doesn't really matter now as Stubbs hit it foul. Rolls again as Stubbs fouls this one off. I think it was 3-1. They got the count wrong.
No, the Cubs aren't holding on Fred Lewis over there at first base, so he was going to try to get himself to second, even if it was a 3-1 count, which I agree with you. I think it was a couple pitches ago.
Stubbs can't lay off the high fastball and strikes out for the 5th time in this series. They get one on the Alonso first career homer, but it's still 10-3 Cubs.
Vanilla is the most common flavor of ice cream in America. This is the most common luxury car. Coincidence? Infiniti, vanilla's polar opposite. Visit the Infiniti Limited Engagement Summer Event. Our inventory selection is outstanding. The best offers of the season are now available. Lease an Infiniti G25 sedan for $319 per month or get 1.9% APR on all 2011 models.
Tomorrow, division action rages on at Wrigley as the Cubs close out their series with the Reds. Don't miss a division rivalry driven by Mazda. Cubs, Reds, tomorrow at 12:30 on your home for Cubs baseball. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
You can depend on the staff at Ace Muffler Clinic in Rock Island to keep your car running its best. We've got the expertise and we'll get you taken care of now. Call Ace Muffler Clinic for any problem with your vehicle. Our free estimates give you the information you need to keep your vehicle running smooth and safe. For your convenience, we're open 7 to 5:30 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. For brakes, tires, exhaust, and shocks, and a whole lot more, see us for fast, friendly service on all import and domestic vehicles. Serving the Quad Cities since 1955, Ace Muffler Clinic in Rock Island.
Whether you're remodeling or building new, find service with answers at K&K True Value Hardware in Bettendorf. Bring your ideas to our in-house drafting service who will help take your vision to reality. With our top quality materials and quick delivery, we keep your project moving. Plus, there's free local delivery for all orders over $500. From the initial planning process to the finished project, K&K has service with answers. That's the K&K way. Check us out on the web at kkhardware.com.
Watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
After the game, stick around for Coors Light Cubs post-game live. David Kaplan, Todd Hollinsworth will break down the game and preview the Cubs' next matchup. Don't miss Coors Light Cubs post-game live immediately following our contest right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Reed Johnson takes a strike from the new Reds hurler Jose Arredondo. Lewis stays in and plays left. Alonso is out. Arredondo charged with a run. He walked 2, gave up a double, and the 3 batters he faced yesterday. And a roller to third. Frazier with a bad throw. Throw to second. Safe there. Another error on the Reds, and Johnson could take third very easily. But he didn't see that Frazier wasn't covering the bag. I think Ivan De Jesus was trying to get his attention.
Really bad rhythm on this play by Frazier at third base. Fielded it flat-footed, tried to throw it quickly across the diamond. His throw pulls Votto way off the bag. A good backup that time by Miguel Cairo, but as he throws to second base, Frazier was over at the shortstop position. The shortstop Renteria was covering the bag at second. There was nary a soul over at third base.
So Brendan Ryan of the Mariners take 2 extra bases on a similar play the other night in Seattle. So Johnson leading off an inning, and he's on again, this time via the error. Soriano has walked, doubled, singled, knocked in a run, scored twice. 3-0. Ball 4. A rare 2-walk performance today for Alfonso Soriano. That's a good sign.
I was just about to say that. I don't know what's rarer, a Tony Campana inside the park homer or a 2-walk game by Alfonso Soriano, but there he is.
It's the 3rd time this year he's walked twice in a game as Soto takes ball 1. Tyler Colvin on deck for Zambrano. Reds tying their season high with 3 errors. I'm guessing this will go down as one of, if not the worst performance for them of the year. I mean, Johnny Cueto had his worst outing as a starter this season. He had been just tremendous. Struggled defensively, to say the least. This is a game they actually led 2-0.
Our Xfinity high-speed action. We go back to the 3rd inning. A leadoff bomb home run to right center field by Carlos Zambrano. Got the Cubs on the board, and they have done all the scoring, with the exception of the Alonso opposite field home run against Zambrano.
So Soto striking out. Here's a pinch hitter, Colvin. And this is really just what the doctor ordered, the big lead. Carlos Marmol not available today, and I think Mike Quaddy would love to give him a couple of days off if possible. He's been extremely busy during this winning streak. One and one to Colvin. So the big lead certainly helps out the bullpen. We'll see Jeff Samardzija in the 7th. Also see former Cub catcher Jody Davis.
Jody.
He will conduct the 7th inning stretch. Colvin pops it up on the infield. Infield fly rule in effect as Cairo has it. Three knocked in from the leadoff spot for Starlin Castro. He has a 7-game run streak. He scored twice. Make it 8. He scored a run in 8 consecutive games. He's hit in 7 straight.
When you're on base 3 or 4 times every game, it figures you're going to score some runs.
Two and two as he waded a slider. Arredondo did not pitch last year after Tommy John surgery. Been on the DL twice this season. And has helped at the plate on July 29th against the Giants. Helped out on the winning rally with a base hit off Brian Wilson in his first career plate appearance. That was in the 13th inning. And he got the win. Still 2-2 on Castro.
How many at-bats have we seen like this year where Starlin Castro will get to 2 strikes and then just hang around and foul off borderline pitches and foul off pitches that are a foot out of the strike zone, just staying alive in the at-bat until that pitcher ultimately makes some kind of a mistake and he hits it hard back up the middle of the field for a base hit. Hopefully that'll be the result of this grinding at-bat.
An error and a walk to start the inning. Strikeout and a pop-up since. There it is. Foul back our way.
It's been a long time since we've had a foul ball in the booth. Get a little rusty.
Yeah, we've only had, I think, one actually in the booth in the last 7 years, and you caught it.
At some point, that opposing pitcher is probably going to yell in there, just put it in play, will you? Please. Running up my pitch count. Carlos Marmol teasing some of the fans in the front row behind the Cubs dugout.
Youngster finally got his hands on it.
Pitches already in this at bat.
Doesn't matter where he throws it either. Arredondo probably throws his splitter more often than any pitcher in baseball.
He's got a delivery that's really conducive to that split-fingered fastball, very much over the top.
And a base hit for Castro. Johnson around third. He'll score. What an at-bat. His 4th RBI, his 2nd hit. 11-3.
Just an amazing at-bat by an amazing hitter, Starlin Castro. Showed you all those pitches that he was able to foul off and stay alive in the sequence. Ultimately, Arredondo tries to challenge him with a fastball up in the zone. Base hit into left field to drive home another Cubs run. I mean, pitchers are human. They're going to make mistakes. If they always hit their spot and made their pitches, nobody would ever get a base hit. And when you can stay alive in an at-bat the way Starlin Castro can, you give that pitcher multiple opportunities to make mistakes during the course of the at-bat, and that time Starlin took advantage of a high heater, smacked it into left field for an RBI base hit.
Pop up shallow center. It'll be Cairo as the Cubs add an unearned run. As they go for their 7th in a row, it's 11-3.
This school year, we all have something to celebrate. Kids can get cool smartphones, and parents can give them what they want on a network that offers quality at the right price. Real value means being on an A+ network that can give you all this. Y mucho más.
And that network is Verizon. Get the latest smartphones like the more powerful than ever Droid X2 by Motorola. Buy one for $199.99, get another one free.
Now that's something to cheer about. A little help, please.
us want top-rated safety. Some of us want power. A lucky few get both.
During the Lincoln Summer Exclusive Sales Event, get an attractive sign and drive lease on the Lincoln MKS, an IIHS top safety pick 3 years running.
It's not just luxury, it's smarter than that.
Natural gas vehicles are used somewhere, but not in my neighborhood.
We're throwing away misperceptions about natural gas vehicles. More of the vehicles that fuel our lives use clean American natural gas today. It costs about 40% less than gasoline, so why aren't we using it even more? Start a conversation about using more natural gas vehicles in your community.
How would you like to hear the stories about legendary Wrigley Field from the players who lived them firsthand? Now you have the chance. Take a tour with former Cub greats like Billy Williams, Fergie Jenkins, Doug Glanville, or Ernie Banks. For more info and to purchase tickets, go to Cubs.com. Into the bullpen, Jeff Samardzija is on. Carlos Zambrano went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs. Has qualified for what would be his 9th win.
After those first couple innings, it looks like it was going to be one of those days where Carlos continually pitched himself into and out of trouble. But after the leadoff walk in the 2nd inning, he was right around the strike zone the rest of the afternoon.
Strike 1 to Renteria. Votto and Frazier was in the game for Brandon Phillips. Also in the 7th, Phillips with a sprained right ankle. Not sure of his availability yet for tomorrow. It's Nick Massett up in the Reds bullpen.
Renteria throughout his career has hit from that closed stance. Very unusual in this game nowadays. Most guys hit out of either an even or an open stance. But he'll pick his spots to look for a pitch on the inner third of the plate and step in that bucket and try to pull the ball down the left field line.
Jeff Samardzija has only allowed 47 hits in 61 innings, but he's walked 39 guys. He's hit 4 others. A strikeout per inning. Picked up by Ramirez in fair territory and 1 away.
Got a little sun peeking through the overcast here.
The lights have been on because of the cloud cover. Foul tip, strike 1. It's been a quiet series for Votto. He's reached 3 times in the first 2 games, but all on walks. Missed the splitter. 0-2.
It looked like Votto was taking all the way right there on the 0-2 pitch. Just kind of stood up as Samardzija completed his delivery. The pitch was up high out of the zone, but looked like he was going to take that pitch regardless. A splitter this time in the dirt, trying to get Votto to fish.
All you can think about, isn't it?
That's right.
Swing and a miss. Got him on the split. 2 down.
It's certainly understandable on a day like the Reds have had, but man, the body language that you see from some of the hitters on their way back to the bench, the position players as they come off the field between innings, they just look like a beaten team today.
To the count. Jody Davis getting set for the stretch. So Marge is 1-2. Frazier stays alive. Low that time. Jay Bruce on deck. Swing and a miss. Inning over. Stretch time with Jody Davis.
Take me out to the ball game. Former Cubs great Jody Davis.
All right, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and crackers. I don't care if I ever get back. If they don't win, it's a shame. Or if 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. All right.
I didn't know AutoTrader.com had new cars. But what kind of deal can I get?
On AutoTrader.com, you can now compare brand spanking new cars and special offers.
That one.
So you can find the one new car your head and heart can agree on.
Whoa.
AutoTrader.com.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Cubs all over the Reds today, 11-3. Cincinnati with 3 errors in the game. As Nick Massett will take over on the mound. Paul Janisch has also come into the game at short. And Jody Davis in the booth with us.
It's good to be back. These fans are always great.
A little warm, a little humid today. Didn't take you much to sweat behind the plate on a day like this, did it?
You'd be loose just trotting out there today.
Shaking hands, you get loose on a day like this. You know, Len, Jody came in the booth, and I shook his hand, and it reminded me of a story. Joe Garagiola Sr., our good buddy, a former catcher in his playing days, say when 2 former catchers shake hands, it takes 10 minutes to pry them apart.
It did take us a second.
Yeah, it did. It did. How you feeling physically?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
Doing great.
Attaboy.
Jeff Baker in a pinch hitting spot. Cubs in by far their best stretch of 2011.
I know, I got here just in time. Huh?
Yeah, you did. Fly ball to center. It'll be Stubbs to make the catch. Baker hitting for Ramirez as Mike Quaddy is going to make some late inning changes. Here comes Carlos Pena.
This looks a little bit more like a team that we kind of expected coming out of spring training. You know, we kind of had high hopes, and it looks like they're trying to put it together right here.
Joe, do you know as well as anybody, when your starting pitching is good, everything tends to fall into place. And early this season, the rotation had some serious issues, but lately they've been throwing the ball extremely well.
When the starters do, you know, giving you those good innings up front, takes a lot of heat off your bullpen too. That bullpen will tell on you.
All the parts work together, and unless you have a pitching staff like the Giants or Phillies, you're going to have to score some runs.
I don't know if you had a chance to see Tony Campana's inside the park home run last night, but it kind of reminded me of you the way he was running the bases.
I would have been making a big turn at first.
Any inside the park home runs for you, Jody?
I hit some inside the park triples where anybody else would have scored. I hit a couple of balls on the AstroTurf that got away, and I got to third. My biggest claim to fame speed-wise is I was on second base and stole third standing up. Well, it was the bases were loaded and Leon Durham stole home, so I got third standing up on the triple steal there. So,
well, you didn't need to put that addendum on there. I'd have given you credit for it.
Third.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been a TV game, I'd have left it.
Now, Beebe, you were with Dusty Baker when didn't he steal second, third, and home?
Yeah. I was the runner at first when he was the runner at third, and I broke for second, got caught in a rundown, and Dusty ended up coming down the third baseline to scoring and stole 3 bases in 1 inning.
The 3-1. Pena swinging away. It's a foul right at the plate. You threw out a lot of guys trying to steal in your time, but was that more fun than picking up a hit? I mean, how did you compare the two? What was better for you?
I tried to separate them. You know, I felt like my first job was going out there and catching, calling a good game, and you know, I could throw. So I was not quite good enough to shut them down completely. So they just kept trying. That's you know, Benito back in those days, Santiago, he just shut them down. Nobody would go against Benito.
Well, as Pena hits it hard on the ground, and Votto will flip to Massett. Whenever an opposing base stealer steals a base these days, Bob just blames it on the pitcher.
It's always
anyway.
the pitcher's fault.
That's always the pitcher. I know. That's what else could it be? I think that's where the game's really changed a little bit, and it may come back now. A little bit more speed back in those days. It was the running error, and Bob and I just happened to be in the middle of it. I know I was talking to Keith earlier on the radio. I know this grass wasn't as short when the Cardinals came in here.
That's for sure.
Little track team in disguise.
There's Zonk.
That was always a challenge, catching against those Cardinals teams under Whitey Herzog. I mean, they had great speed, guys that wanted to steal bases, and he would let them.
Jack Clark and Darryl Porter, the only two that wouldn't run.
Yeah. Jody, always a pleasure. Thanks for stopping by as the Cubs lead big late. Talk to you soon.
It's great to be back.
Thanks, Jody.
We'll never stop sharing our memories or getting lost in a good book. We'll always cook dinner and cheer for our favorite team. We'll still go to meetings, make home movies, and learn new things. But how we do all this will never be the same.
Let's hit it, fellas. I heard we got a bunch of vets of Iraq and Afghanistan living the high life in here. Hey, am I in the right section? What's going on, man? Throw my people some hot dogs. They hungry. With this crew, I'm the safest man in this stadium. I like that. Let's make some noise for the vets of Iraq and Afghanistan. This is your front line, America. When you turn in your High Life bottle caps and pull tabs, 10 cents is donated to give vets a piece of the High Life. Like tickets to a game like this, right, guys? Yeah.
Patience has its place. But when you're looking for a new crossover, then find one with exceptional fuel economy and exceptional features. Patience can wait.
During the Lincoln Summer Exclusive Sales Event, get an attractive sign and drive lease plus 4 years complimentary maintenance on Lincoln MKX.
It's not just luxury, it's smarter than that.
The Daily Double Burger is back for a limited time at participating McDonald's for $1.89. Second man out of the bullpen as we look at Jeff Baker third. Lefty John Grabo after Samardzija worked a 1-2-3 seventh. There's Jay Bruce and a fastball, strike one. It was great to see former Cubs Gold Glove catcher Jody Davis. '86 threw out 78 would-be base stealers. Bruce with a leadoff double here in the eighth.
Oh, and the thing about Jody Davis, Len, I don't know how much you had a chance to see Jody play during his playing career, but he had such a strong arm. I mean, it's not unusual to see a catcher with a strong arm, but I mean, his arm was so strong he didn't even have to get in a good throwing position. He would still gun guys out at second base based on that arm strength.
Ground ball to Barney off the bat of Cairo. Runner at third, now one out. And he threw out almost half the runners who tried to steal against him in that Gold Glove season of '86. Made 141 starts behind the plate. He started 140 games 3 out of 4 years between '83 and '86 with the Cubs.
And like Jody said, that was back in an era when the stolen base was a big part of the game. Teams didn't wait on 3-run homers. They got guys on. They were going to be in motion.
Here's a 2-0 to Giannis. He pops it up with that runner at third, and Bruce will have to hold. Diaz steps in 1 for 3. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 90. 89 or 90. That's where John Grable will sit with the Heat.
And for the Reds, it looks like we're going to get to see their closer, Francisco Cordero. He has not pitched since the 29th. The Reds have been stumbling. There have not been save opportunities there for Coco Cordero. Dusty Baker just going to get him an inning of work here today.
Well, remember the note, and this was when the Cubs were trailing. Elias reporting Carlos Zambrano with an RBI and a win in the same game 37 times in his career. Well, this would be number 38. Remember, he hit a home run. And it would be the 125th win of his career. That would put him in sole possession of 15th on the Cubs list. He would pass Claude Passot. That's a strikeout as Hernandez whiffs. Grable gives up the leadoff double, but no runs. 11-3 in the 8th.
With Luna, get free installation on all carpet, hardwood, and laminate. Plus, get our extended free financing. Call today. There's just more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
The Bears are back. Stake out this season with training camp reports on Comcast Sportsnet. Go live to Bourbonnais every night with Kip Lewis and John Moon Mullen for exclusive interviews, the latest roster moves, and more. Catch training camp reports on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I thought I was having a dream, literally. We got a phone call from the emergency at the hospital telling her that our daughter had an accident. If it hadn't been for our insurance, we'd probably be sitting in bankruptcy court. So I'm very grateful that we were with Pekin and that they worded and dealt with their policies the way they do.
Beyond the expected, Pekin Insurance. In Rock Island, contact E.H. Schroeder Insurance Agency. And also in Rock Island, McFarland Boudelier Insurance Agency.
When you visit the Amana Colonies Golf and Event Center, you're preparing yourself for a truly unique golfing experience. Along with a professional staff on hand to meet your needs, you'll also find 18 holes of serene beauty, masterfully designed to preserve the natural features of the land. A perfect location for corporate and group outings, the clubhouse offers a spacious banquet room with an in-house chef for on-the-course lunches and after-game dinners. The Amana Colonies Golf and Event Center, country club elegance and natural beauty, all at an affordable price.
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan with a Suzuki Sportsnet Central update. Brian Urlacher says he'd like to see the Bears install field turf at Soldier Field. The Bears had to cancel last night's Fan Fest practice because of poor field conditions. The latest news from Bourbonnais tonight on Sportsnet Central. Todd Hollingsworth joins me after the final out for Coors Light Cubs postgame live. Now, back to the confines to Len and Bob.
Cap, how about this? Reed Johnson is a 6-hitter in the Cubs lineup. He is batting for the 5th time in this game, and he's led off an inning.
Couldn't work out any better. I mean, if you have to pick somebody other than Starlin Castro to lead off an inning for you, Reed Johnson's not a bad second choice, and he's done it now 5 times in the game.
Now, the one guy's had a really rough day, but he won't care because it's about the team. As Marlon Byrd has made the 3rd out of an inning 5 different times. But as you say, somebody has to make the outs.
Otherwise, the game would never end. Good unselfish team player, Marlon Byrd.
I would be surprised, especially in a 9-inning game, if a guy who didn't start in the leadoff spot led off as many innings as Reed Johnson has. Facing Coco Cordero, the Reds closer. Bob mentioned just getting an inning of work today. Normally, you know, it's nice to see the opposing team's closer in a non-safe spot to get a look at his pitches. But the Cubs are very familiar with him. Now with the Reds and previously with Milwaukee. One hopper picked up by Giannis and one away. A ton of surprises. Everything hard from Cordero. Been a good day for Soriano. 2 walks, 2 hits, 2 runs. Off of first, Votto battling the sun and able to make the catch. Shades for Joey Votto over there at first base, squinting up into that bright sunshine as he gets over near the tarp on the first base side, but able to look it into that big first baseman's mitt for the out. Why do guys hate flip down shades so much? Very few players in the major league that still use the old flip down sunglasses, and they were made for a day like this where the sun is in and out. Occasionally it'll be cloudy for an inning or two, and then the sun will come through for an inning or two. There's the old school. Miguel Cairo wearing the flip downs. I mean, I'll be the first to say they're not comfortable. And they're not pretty. No. Well, are they supposed to be? No. When Barney wears them, Alfonso Soriano has always worn them as a Cub. John Grabo's on deck. He was pretty efficient in the 8th. He might get the at bat and start the 9th on the mound. Nobody up in the Cubs pen. Yeah, sure looks like it. Oh, watch out. Oh, boy. Boy, only the fact that he turned away from that ball the proper way saved him from taking one off the dome right there. Always turn away from the pitch. That was a fastball. Man, how did that miss? Comes back with a slider in the dirt, 2-2. Get on there, Gio. I want to see John Grabo hit. He's got 5 major league at bats. 0 for 5. He struck out 1 time. He has put down a sacrifice bunt, but looking for that first knock. Swing and a miss to end the inning. We will head to the 9th. Cubs looking for 7 in a row. They lead by 8.
If I were a customer, I like nonstop travel because it's quicker, because it's convenient. It's just the best way to go. Keeps the cost down.
Southwest Airlines has added new nonstop flights from Midway to South Carolina.
It means more time doing the things I want to do. It's easy. It's hassle-free. There's no headaches.
Fly Southwest Airlines' new nonstops from Midway to Greenville, Spartanburg, and Charleston, South Carolina.
I like nonstop travel because you don't got any more stuff. I don't know what to...
Verizon 4G LTE, now available in Indianapolis. Rule the air on the fastest 4G network in America.
The 8-passenger Pilot. With the smallest turning radius in its class and 87 cubic feet of cargo space, it's only big on the inside. The Pilot from Honda.
For great leases and low financing, go to shophonda.com or see your Honda dealer.
It's been a rough day with the leather for the Cincinnati Reds. Normally a very good fielding team. Yonder Alonso with some problems in left. Edgar Renteria with a nice diving stop, but then threw it past Joey Votto, and then Todd Frazier down at third base on a routine play pulls Votto way off the bag. So a lot of the Reds defenders back on their heels today. Outfielders took bad lines after balls that they didn't make errors on. Just a very sloppy defensive afternoon for Cincinnati.
Cubs have taken full advantage. Seems like every pitcher's mistake they have crushed during this winning streak. Fred Lewis with his second at bat. A called strike.
A cool story this week out of Seattle. Young minor league player by the name of Kyle Seager, playing for the Tacoma Rainiers in the Pacific Coast League. Played a day game up there with the Tacoma Ball Club. Unfortunately went 0 for 5, struck out a couple times, but later that afternoon got the call from Jack Zarensik, the general manager of the Seattle Mariners, that he'd been called up to the major leagues. Now Tacoma's only about an hour from Seattle, so he jumped in his car, drove to the ballpark, got in uniform, and played in a big league game that night. Minor league game in the afternoon, a big league game that night. Pinch hit in the 8th inning and stayed in and played defense at third base.
3 for 23 in 8 games for Seager, S-E-A-G-E-R. Two the count. Here's the pitch. Shallow center. Bird hustling in. Made the catch. Nicely done by Marlon Byrd. A diving grab. Talked about a tough day at the plate, but pitching in on defense.
Boy, in his time here in Chicago, I haven't seen a center fielder that makes that play coming straight in and leaving his feet any better than Marlon Byrd. That is not an easy play, but Marlon repeatedly has made tremendous diving catches coming straight in. In his heyday, in his physical prime, Andrew Jones was another guy that could make that play.
The most graceful diver, maybe in Major League history.
Great body control.
Count to Stubbs. Make it 1-2.
Pretty good pitch right there. How the free swinging Drew Stubbs managed to lay off of that one. That was a nice slider by John Grabo right on the inside corner at the knees.
High that time, 3-2. It's like Ryan Hannigan is going to bat next for Cordero.
And this would seem to be the kind of game where you might think about calling a team meeting afterwards or pregame tomorrow just to kind of rally your troops if you're Dusty Baker. That pitch is taken just below the knees for ball 4. One of the valuable lessons I learned from Roger Craig, and Dusty Baker was a coach under Roger Craig in San Francisco as well, was you call your team meetings when you have your ace pitching the next day. If the team comes out and wins a game, and you usually have your best chance to win a game when your ace is on the mound, and looks like the meeting really sunk in. The players really took it to heart. Well, I don't know about Bronson Arroyo tomorrow. He's done well against the Cubs in his career, but having a subpar season by his standards this year.
Randy Wells will go for the Cubs. Stubbs takes second without a throw. No steal. Change up in the dirt, 2-2. Pop up for Jeff Baker over at third. 2 down. Fans will get up. Just under 42,000 here today. Vacated, but the slider caught the inside corner. Back with you here on CSN tomorrow, 12:30 pregame live. First pitch, 120. Base hit left field. 11-4 as Votto knocks in Drew Stubbs. Todd Frazier. Votto could easily take second if he chooses. He is not to this point. Cubs not holding him on. Well, why you wouldn't. If you're Joey Votto, still not running, that's a strike. 1-2. Votto goes this time, and it's fouled off.
What do you got going tonight, partner? Hanging out with Dave Grohl and the rest of the Foo Fighters?
If you have an extra ticket, I will. We will see. Another 1-2 pitch, bounced foul. I just wish there were more going on around town.
Yeah.
You're hanging with ZZ Top tonight.
Sharp-dressed man.
One-two pitch, ground ball, Jeff Baker. Cubs win. 7 in a row. They pound the Reds today 11-4 and will go for the sweep tomorrow. Player of the game, his 17th career win against the Reds, Carlos Zambrano.
Shaky start on the mound to the ball game. Walked 3 in the first, leadoff batter in the second, but then really settled in and pitched well. Went 6 innings, gave up only 6 hits and 3 earned runs, and hit a solo bomb of his own in this game.
So the Cubs win 11-4 the final, and Gail is standing by with Carlos Pena.
All right, guys, thank you. Carlos Pena, 7 in a row, 5 straight here at home for the first time in 2 years. It's got to feel great to get a winning vibe here at Wrigley Field.
No doubt. I mean, look at this energy. You know, this is great. You know, I always said it's just be so much fun winning here in this city with such great fans and so intense. They're so intense. So it's always a blast when you win at home, and to get this kind of streak going is just that much more fun.
You were on base 4 times, unfortunately hit by a pitch, one of those, but otherwise 3 RBI. How does it feel when you get into an offensive zone like that?
Well, you know, I try to stay as calm as possible at the plate. I think sometimes I get a little bit too anxious, and that's the root of many problems. But when I'm calm, I'm seeing the ball well, and I'm disciplined at the plate and walking a lot and getting pitches to hit and hitting them. So I'm just glad I was able to contribute, and at the end of it all, we came out with the win.
As a team, as a whole, what has been the winning formula for you guys? It seems like everybody's feeding off of each other. Success breeds success. The pitching has been good. The offense has been incredible.
You know, I think we've been playing well together, you know, as a unit. Everyone's done a little bit, you know, and when we do that, when everybody does their little part, man, you know, you can see how great it could be. I mean, this is kind of baseball where you know, potentially could play on a consistent basis. So I can't wait until you know, it happens. And in the meantime, we're just having a great time.
All right, Carlos Pena, great day for you and the Cubs. They get the victory. Len, Bob, let's send it back up to you.
Gail, thanks. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Tamara Anderson, our associate producer. Christine Charbonneau, our stage manager in the booth. Brian Holden, our technical director. Our tech managers, Mark Harper. Jim Cornell Jr., our senior executive producer. Great work by our entire crew, and they'll be up and at 'em early tomorrow. We'll be right back here at Wrigley Field. That'll do it for our game coverage, but much more to come. Stay tuned. for Coors Light post-game live. Once again, your final score today, the Cubs 11, the Reds 4. Back here 12:30 for pregame live. Bob and I hit the air at 1. Bronson Arroyo will face Randy Wells here in the friendly confines. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob, for Gail Fisher, and our entire crew. Len Casper sending it over to Cap and Holly in our downtown Chicago CSN studios.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan. In our Comcast Sportsnet studios, Todd Hollandsworth will join me next for Coors Light Cubs postgame live. We'll recap today's game, bring you the postgame comments from Mike Quaddy and Big Z, and look at it tomorrow afternoon's series finale when the Cubs go for another sweep. It all comes your way after this quick timeout, so stick around.
Show your team pride. Submit your picture for the CSN Chicago Fan of the Week, presented by KFC and Taco Bell. Visit CSN on Facebook and post your picture to win gift certificates from Taco Bell and KFC. And be the CSN Fan of the Week.
Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
Your American dream is out there, so go get it. Dreams don't come easy. They're going to make you work for it. So put on your work boots, fire up your laptop, pour yourself a cup of coffee, because there's going to be some late nights. American Family Insurance is your American dream insurance. We protect your home, your car, your business, and the most valuable thing you will ever own. Your dream is out there. Go get it. We'll protect it.
American Family Insurance.
Life is full of missed opportunities. Like the race of your life you never ran. Or the trip around the world you never took. But there's one opportunity that's too good to miss. The Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, where you'll find exceptional values on the Lexus ES. Lease the 2011 ES 350 for $379 a month for 36 months, with $36.69 due at signing. See your Lexus dealer.
The home side is simply going now.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm the big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Xfinity, Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity. Midas, for brakes, oil changes, and tires, trust the Midas touch. AT&T. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great savings on Toyota's all-star lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Official partner of the Chicago Cubs. This is Coors Light Cubs postgame live.
That'll get all the way to the wall. Stubbs will chase it down. Ramirez around third. On his way to the plate. 10-2. A double for Pena.
For the first time since August of 2008, the Cubs have put together a 7-game win streak. They pound out 13 more hits, take advantage of 3 Cincinnati errors. They go on to beat the Reds in a blowout, 11-4. Hello, welcome to Coors Light postgame live alongside Todd Hollandsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Boy, Johnny Cueto, everyone thought this will be the real tough game of the series. He doesn't pitch very well at all, and the Cubs bludgeon the Reds.
Well, myself included. I thought Johnny Cueto would bring it, looking to be the stopper. But right now, this seems to be a Reds team that is trying to find itself. Boy, whether they're going to be in this thing or not down the stretch, if you're looking for a push from them right now, one of the sloppiest games I've seen this year. Bad routes in the outfield, great timely hitting from the Cubs, a big middle part of the game game, 4th, 5th, and 6th innings. They poured on, scored 10 runs, getting it done. What I'm loving to see right now is that they're doing it as a unit. It's collective. Everybody's contributing. There's nobody in this lineup that's really that hot. Starlin certainly has been getting it done at the top, but you're getting production top to bottom, and you're getting good starts.
All right, time now for our Sports Authority play of the game. Bottom of the 4th, game tied at 2. Man at second for Alfonso Soriano. He smokes one off the left field wall. Reed Johnson rolls around to score. The Cubs take a lead they would never relinquish.
Well, this is what we talk about, constantly putting pressure out there on the mound. The Cubs are doing it right now, and they're responding. They're getting Johnny Cueto into the stretch. They're forcing him to throw strikes. You look at his strike percentage in the ball game, 80 pitches he throws. He barely throws 50% for strikes, meaning the Cubs are seeing pitches. They're out there making him work, and it was hitter after hitter after hitter. You felt like he really had no chance of getting himself out of that inning or any other inning, and ultimately ended up being his shortest outing of the season. You know that Johnny Cueto came in. He'd given up no more than 3 earned runs in any start this season. Cubs are locked in right now.
And he'd given up only 5 home runs all year, yet Big Z takes him out.
Well, and again, you talk about the big mistake that he made right there, that changeup. You got to kind of laugh at it. But again, sometimes you start overthinking, and that's what you want a pitcher to do. You start out there, everybody's swinging the bat. Well, you start throwing changeups to pitchers that can hit, and they get hit a long way.
All right, now in the 4th inning, Brandon Phillips looked like it was a very serious injury. He did eventually stay in the game, but not for long, and then came out. Watch this play. Reed Johnson bloops. So, Holly, you've been in this situation. Take us through it.
Well, it's what you want to have happen. Your center fielder's coming hard. Ultimately, you want him to make the catch. Brandon Phillips is one of those rare second basemen that covers a tremendous amount of ground. He's got the ability to go out. He's very, very athletic. I think that plays into this situation. You would rather have a diving outfielder making a sliding catch coming forward than your second baseman exposing himself, because he's basically running blindly. And that's what you see here. But everything that happened is pretty much as you want it to happen, other than the contact. You want your outfielder to get down. You want your second baseman who's going out there exposed to be able to get his feet underneath him and make the play. That's the problem, is that they both came together at the same time. I really don't think there's a whole lot of fault to go around on this play, other than Brandon Phillips probably got the wind knocked out of him.
He did. Now the rest of the 4th inning, here's the Soriano bomb off of the left field wall that brings Reed Johnson around to score. The Cubs really took command after that play, scoring 3 runs.
Again, the big key for the Cubs during the stretch, sure, the home runs have been there, but of late, you've seen a lot of production from guys that you haven't really considered all season long, and they're doing it all together. The bottom of this lineup, Reed Johnson, they bat around in the 4th and 5th innings. He ends up leading off 3 innings in a row and going 2 for 3 in those situations, and the other time he gets on with an error. So he's getting himself on base. The guys are understanding what their roles are. They're staying inside the baseball. They're going the other way. This isn't the Cubs pounding out a bunch of home runs, which we've seen of late. This is good at-bats together, making your pitcher who's out there on the mound throw strikes, got his pitch count way up, and a sure performance from Johnny Cueto.
Right. In the 5th inning, the Cubs able to break the game open, and they took command here. And at this point, then Brandon Phillips comes out. There's Soriano ripping a ball to left field again. Just a number of plays that defensively, they just looked awful, the Reds.
Well, there's a lot of things that played into this that compounded the mistakes. And again, there was, I counted 4 bad routes by outfielders, and that's not something you're counting on. Sure, the mistakes are going to happen. There's going to be errors. There's going to be mistimed throws and short hops. Things like that are going to happen. But as far as your routes and understanding where you need to be and what you have to do to cut a ball off or to make a play, those things can't happen, especially in the outfield. You can't expect your pitcher to stand out there and get 3, 4, 5, 6 outs in an inning, and that's exactly what happened to the Red starters today because of the mistakes by the Reds. They look like a flat team, a beat team right now.
They do, and Carlos Pena rips one here, and Drew Stubbs took a bad angle. I know the ball was smoked, but he's a good outfielder, and just the angle that he took was just terrible.
Well, and that's it. You got to read the ball off the bat, but part of it, at least for me, seems to be fatigue. Maybe not so much physical, but mental. It's really, at least for me, as far as the Reds are concerned, slightly inexcusable. They're coming off a day off where, it's been really good that the Cubs didn't have that day off. I was hoping that that's exactly how it would play. They're in a great stretch of games. The last thing you want right now is a day off for the Cubs, because they're in a great routine. Every 24 hours, we're showing up, we're beating a team, we're going home, spending some time with the family, doing it again tomorrow.
And by the way, Yonder Alonso did hit a home run in the game today. Looked terrible defensively. He was the player taking 1 pick before the White Sox were able to get Gordon Beckham. Doubt to Wrigley we go. Time to hear from Mike Quaddy in the Xfinity postgame presser.
What are you looking so serious for?
Serious?
You gonna write this stuff down with all these here? Yeah, pretty good, pretty darn good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was in and out a little bit, but Ken made pitches when he had to, and the soft game was good at times. So it was just a workmanlike performance for me. And when you're up against Cueto, you know, I mean, you probably figure it's not going to be the kind of day we had. So it makes it even a little tougher. So he was great. I don't know. Explain winning 7 in a row? Yeah. Oh, gosh. You don't do it without, you know, and it's just you're repeating yourself, but you don't do it without contributions all over the place. You don't do it without good starting pitching normally, unless you're just knocking the ball everywhere. But to that point, we've been swinging the bats a little bit better. As I said, we've won a couple of low-scoring games, but we've had a couple of these, and the benefit of these, you know, I mean, it's nice to have a quote-unquote easier type of victory, but we get Grabo some work, we get some margin inning, Marshall, Marmol, Russell, all those guys get a day. You can't overestimate how important that is. I mean, it really is to get one of these from time to time, or that game where your starter goes out and just dazzles for 9, and those guys get to sit. And as good as they are, they're a lot better fresh than they are when you're constantly riding them. So that was as big as anything. And again, contributions all over the place, and take advantage of a couple of mistakes, and here we go. You know, it's funny, Kara, but I don't know if you guys noticed, but he shortened up with 2 strikes. And he was working like a son of a gun. I mean, you know, he goes up there at times, he got a little change up from Cueto and hit the daylights out of it. But that at bat, I mean, he understands the importance as much as he likes to hit home runs. You know, he was battling like crazy just to put the ball in play and try and get us a run. And I said this, I think, last time he pitched, because he did some things fielding-wise that were so important. And, you know, every little bit helps and can help you. He didn't end up doing any damage that inning, but he took the right approach.
What else did they say about Castro?
Yeah, he's playing great. You know, looking to give him a day off, but not right now. But no, he's done a good job. And again, I always kind of lean toward the defensive end of it, because the offensive end of it has been pretty good for quite some time. But he continues to work and try and become a better shortstop too, and that's a huge plus.
All right, time for our Felco coming home moment. It comes from the bottom of the 3rd. Carlos Zambrano leads off the inning with a home run to right field. Second of the year, 23rd of his career. 7 of the 23 against the Reds.
I just got to laugh. I mean, I love Big Z, and Big Z will tell you, I think he's more of a power guy. And what I mean by that is he doesn't possess a tremendous amount of bat speed, but I think just about any pitcher in the National League is doing him a huge favor by throwing him something that he can catch up to or spin on. And you see it right there. Johnny Cueto, he's known for his fastball. He throws it 60% of the time. I mean, you recognize the situation right there. But I talk about these pitchers, they get locked in. They think, boy, these guys are swinging the bats collectively. They're doing some things against me. I'm struggling right now. I'm going to throw him a changeup. It's really not even a terrible pitch. It's down in the zone, but you're speeding his bat up.
Carlos hitting .333 this season. Now, one thing we've talked about in the past is Carlos, and he gets a little explosive. He gets a little volatile. He snaps a bat over his knee. But this year, we've also talked about how much calmer he is. Check this out after he struck out with men on. He's not a happy camper.
Fight it.
Now
Fight
he takes it. He's ready. Don't do it, Carlos.
I'm just going to walk back to the dugout. I've got more work to do. He's talking himself down.
And he doesn't do it.
He's talking himself down from the ledge right there.
And you know Castro's saying to him, don't do it.
Strategy.
And I loved seeing the calmer Big Z.
Well, you know what? It's certainly helping him. He's staying focused. I mean, you want to talk about his outing today. I mean, that's really what it was. Early on, he's searching for it. He doesn't have command of his fastball. I mean, he was just good enough to win. But again, you watch a team when they're winning like this, each element of your team picks each other up. He's doing just enough to win ball games. Gives up the 2 early runs, keeps his team in the ball game. Cubs score a bunch of runs, and then he shuts them down, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. It slots itself out perfectly. That's why, you talk about guys who get hot and you start hitting streaks. Something clicks, and next thing you know, you're hitting guys that, well, you were struggling with last week, but you're feeling better and you're in a better frame of mind. Right now, this Cubs team is in a tremendous frame of mind. You heard Carlos Pena talking about it. This team is not leaning heavily on somebody to carry them in the staff, in the bullpen. These guys are leaning on each other right now, and that's why they're winning ball games.
Johnny Cueto's ERA he was in the ones, now goes up to 2.06. Still having a very good year, but only 7-5 in the terms of his record. As we head to our first break, let's check out our Cubs opinion poll. We're asking, who do you want to see get more playing time in the outfield over the last 2 months of the season? Tony Campana, Tyler Cope, Reed Johnson. Log on to CSNChicago.com, visit the Cubs team page, cast your vote. Results before we end Coors Light Cubs postgame live. See you in a minute.
Xfinity TV from Comcast gives you access to 10,000 on-demand titles and the best HD picture quality. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Cubs Postgame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs.
Save big money during Menards' 11% sale. Receive an 11% rebate on all your purchases all this week. Save energy with long-lasting Sylvania compact fluorescent light bulbs. These 14-watt bulbs look like incandescent bulbs and last up to 7 years and use less energy. $4.98 after rebate. Keep your cooling bills low with DAP Alex Plus Caulk. It's great for stopping energy loss. It's paintable, flexible, and fast drying. $142 each after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
The home side is something going on.
Some watch simply for the love of the game. Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Pizza Tracker lets you track your pizza at every stage. It tracks it from prep stage to oven stage to when it's quality checked and then delivered. Tracker also lets the customer give us feedback immediately.
So try our $5.99 deal. Track it and tell us how we did.
Every time you review how we're doing, we're going to get better.
I kept thinking, oh, other people's houses burn, ours doesn't burn. When my husband went into the basement to get our son, he saw the whole wall on fire. I was just kind of numb through it. I didn't really take stock of all the damage. We didn't even think about that. The only thing I could think of was everybody's okay, so everything else isn't important. I'm happy I had Pekin Insurance. It was good to us.
Beyond the expected, Pekin Insurance. In Davenport, contact Core Vens & Company, and in Bettendorf, Nelson Rule Agency.
Poor Boy's Pizza in Rock Island has gotten even better. Now you can enjoy the same great food you love on our new outdoor patio. Feast on one of our piled high pizzas or dine on our delicious sandwiches, all while catching a few rays on our huge outdoor patio. And if you can't join us, no problem. Our whole menu is available for delivery. So whether you're up for a good meal and a great atmosphere or want some delicious food in the comfort of your own home, Poor Boy's Pizza is your answer. Poor Boy's Pizza. Great food, great place.
McDonald's Daily Double is Todd Hollingsworth's favorite, and it's back for just $1.89. But you don't have to remember it to love it. Prices of participation may vary. For a limited time, a la carte only. Time now for our Four Seasons heating and air conditioning. Who's hot and who's not so hot? Matt Holliday, a 304 BA. 4 home runs, 8 RBIs the last 7 days. Ryan Howard, 346 with 4 bombs, 9 ribbies. And Tim Hudson, 2-0 with a solid 129 ERA and 7 punch-outs. How about who's ice cold? That would be John Jay, $115, 6 Ks. Orlando Hudson of San Diego, 0.95 and 5 Ks. Jeff Karstens blowing up, 0-1 with a 10.45 ERA.
Now time for the AutoTrader.com Head and Heart Player of the Game.
Our player of today's game is Cubs starter Carlos Big Z Zambrano, who overcame a shaky start to go 6 innings, allowing 3 runs, striking out 6. He also added his 2nd home run of the season.
AutoTrader.com. Find a brand spanking new car your head and heart can agree on.
Time for our Dunkin' Donuts high energy play. We take you to the 6th inning. Watch the at-bat by Starlin Castro. He faces 12 pitches before he comes through with an RBI single to left. I mean, this is a guy who knows how to work.
Well, you're seeing his greatest gift. I know that it's, at times when he's struggling, it's easy for us to get on him about, his pitch selection and the ability to, swing at pitches outside the strike zone. But you're actually seeing it that when he's locked in, why this is one of his greatest strengths. He can foul off just about any pitch. I'm certainly not going to put it past him. I guarantee at some point in his career, he's probably going to foul off or ball or get a base hit, kind of like Vladimir Guerrero used to do on a ball that hits in front of home plate. He swings at it and lines it into center field. That's just a great strength of his. He's got the ability to fight off tough pitchers' pitches until you make a mistake or make a pitch that he can handle, and he gets a base hit on it. This is what he does. So, again, you got to take the good with the bad, I think, with Starlin, and it's not such a bad thing as long as he's being productive, but it's what you see is what you get, and I think it's a great gift.
Starlin drove in 4 runs today. That's a career high for him this year, season high for him, with 4 RBIs. So a real good day for him.
Well, what do you do? I mean, I'll ask you. What do you think? I mean, if you're facing Starlin Castro in this situation, how do you approach him? I mean, do you go inside with him? Do you double up? Do you go out of the strike zone? Is he a guy that you can get out of the way? I really believe that he's shown that he can cover the entire field. The one thing that's certainly going to help him, when we talk about is power ever going to develop? Certainly, I think it will as he gets bigger and stronger. But again, one of his greatest attributes is that he uses the entire field. I don't want to see him become dimensional and fall in love with the home run. I hope it's just a byproduct of him getting a little bit older and a little bit stronger. But I want him to maintain this approach because what he does right now, it limits how a pitcher can go after him.
As Rudy Jaramillo said to me one day at the ballpark, the Cubs hitting coach, he is as good a bad ball hitter at age 21 as he's ever seen.
Well, the only guy that I can compare him to in my generation, in my lifetime, is Vladimir Guerrero, and that's exactly the same skill that he had. The long arms, lanky in body type. Of course, Vladimir, when I played against him, he's a little bit bigger, he's a little bit stronger, but you see a lot of the same things from Starlin. Long armed, great plate coverage, and the ability to put just about any type of pitch in play.
And spoil pitchers' pitches.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the Cubs lineup and see how they fared today against one of the National League's best starting pitchers, Johnny Cueto. And there's Starlin, 2 hits. He had the double. He knocked in 4. Darwin Barney, a single. Aramis Ramirez, my key performer today, 2 for 2, scored 2 runs. So Carlos Pena, 2 for 3. I mean, a lot of hits up and down that lineup.
Well, what I like to see are the walks. I like to see the runs scored, and I like to see the contributions from everybody. Everybody had a role in this. If you see it and you look at the box score, it's not just a guy for the most part going 1 for 4. You're seeing 1 for 4 with a walk, with a run, with a stolen base, good base running, taking advantage of Cincinnati Reds' mistakes on defense. I mean, these guys are working together. They're at their best right now. It's the best we've seen all season.
And Alfonso Soriano, 2 walks today, folks. His first 2 since the All-Star game. But 2 walks. Good to see. Let's hear what Carlos Zambrano had to say. He just met with the media at Wrigley Field.
I'm not Campana, I'm a big man. Big men are supposed to hit the ball, with authority. And, inside the park, I leave it to Campana. But, it was a, good pitch to hit, and thank God that I was able to, crush it.
When the bases were loaded for 5th.
And he drives one deep to right center. Out of here.
Yeah. Like I always say, in the National League, you have to be able to bunt, hit, do some damage, That's one of our job too in the National League, pitch and then come to the plate and trying to do something for yourself, and thank God that I was able to contribute to the win today,
So you could talk about the home run, but that was really big to get that running from falling behind.
Yeah.
Seemed to get the offense going.
Yeah, we've been playing outstanding the last, 5, 6, 7 games, and we've been doing the right things. We've been playing good defense. We've been doing, the things that everybody was expecting from us, and that's what this team is capable to do. You know, we have a great team. We have a good team, and we need to go there and compete every day, like we've been doing the last 7 days, and have fun. You know, that's one of the key for us. You know, to have fun and enjoy the game.
Did the homer help your energy on the mound? First couple innings, you had some walks there in the first, and then once you hit the fourth and the fifth, right after the home run, you went through pretty quickly.
No, it's not the first one. I mean, a homer, you know, of course, helped me, you know, to cut the lead. You know, they were winning 2-1 and 2-0. And I cut the lead, and then we tied the game, you know. And after we tied the game, I said, well, you know, this is a new ball game, and just let's focus on what we have to focus, which is pitching.
The first inning, we get the first 2 outs.
Yeah. For some reason, the last 2 outings in Pittsburgh and today, you know, I've been fighting with my mechanic, especially with my arm slide. I've been, you know, fighting with that, and hopefully my next start, you know, I'll come, you know, with a better arm slide, and I'll come with, you know, better feeling, you know, about my arm.
We were talking before the game about all the quality starts that the pitchers have. Yeah, you had a number one today. Do you guys think about that once some of the pitchers start doing it?
No. You know, each one of us have to do their job. You know, I know Dempster, every time he go out there, you know, he trying to do his job, and he trying to do the best. Wellesley too, Garza, Rodrigo. We all have a different, you know, different job to do. You know, I mean, we all have the same job to do. You know, to go out there and, you know, battle and win the game. You know, and but we don't think about that. You know, we just think about doing our job and doing the job correctly. You know, which is, you know, don't be too perfect.